dorong dirimu di setiap langkah.
Let me go be the way of the way
จงกลายเป็นจุดสนใจซะ
This your moment. Tunjukkan keberanian seorang pemimpin.
Tak kecewa pun sebab kita orang akan training. So upcoming week tu baru kita orang buat.
Assalamualaikum, saya Sultan dan saya merupakan pengulas untuk PUBG Mobile Professional League SEA Championship musim luruh bagi tahun 2022 ini. Untuk minggu yang pertama, kita saksikan dominasi besar dari pasukan Thailand di mana nombor 1 hingga nombor 6 semuanya disambar oleh mereka.
Tak ada masalah, ini memang chicken dinner untuk mereka. Sekarang ini shooting akan berjaya terapkan Infinity.
Untuk pasukan Malaysia, Yoodo Alliance menjadi pasukan Malaysia terbaik untuk minggu yang pertama dengan berada di tempat yang ke-8. Kemudiannya diikuti oleh 4 lagi pasukan Malaysia yang lain untuk minggu yang pertama ini. Itu pun sebenarnya kalau kita lihatkan di dalam overall standing kita, pada mulanya kelihatannya macam satu dominasi yang terlalu besar datang dari FaZe Clan. Tetapi tiba-tiba pada hari yang keempat, pasukan Thailand lain pula yang mula mengejar dan mengejar, disambung pula kepada hari yang kelima, membuatkan FaZe Clan mungkin sedikit keresahan sehingga ada satu masa di pusingan yang terakhir, tetapi seperti rezeki yang berpijak, pada saat-saat terakhir FaZe Clan mendapatkan kawasan bulatan dan itu memudahkan mereka untuk mendapatkan winner-winner chicken dinner di pusingan yang terakhir untuk menutup minggu yang pertama dan seterusnya nombor yang pertama untuk mereka.
Winner-winner chicken dinner untuk FaZe Clan.
Pandangan saya tentang tim Thailand, diorang punya liga memang keras-keras lah.
Kalau bagi saya, liga diorang antara liga paling terkeras dekat SEA, kuat lah. Terutamanya Infinity lah, diorang power.
Dari semua aspek memang diorang lebih tapi tak jauh.
Kalau weekly tu kita orang target at least top 5 lah supaya dapat bonus poin yang tinggi. So overall saya tak berapa okey lah. Sedih sedikit.
Tak kecewa pun sebab kita orang memang dah expect untuk week 1 punya SEA ni kita orang akan training. So upcoming week tu baru kita orang buat.
So itu tak ada prediction tapi kita orang akan buat yang terbaik lah untuk Malaysia.
Kami akan berusaha untuk perform lebih baik berbanding performance kami waktu week 1. So insyaAllah semua dipermudahkan.
Liga ni panjang lagi, masih ada 2 minggu. Mungkin dalam 2 minggu ni kita lebih lagi daripada apa yang kita expect ke. So good dah lah.
Kita harapkan agar pasukan dari Malaysia mungkin engage dalam fight dengan lebih kemas kerana boleh dikatakan itu adalah antara perkara yang pasukan dari Malaysia struggle untuk minggu yang pertama. Dan dengan apa yang terjadi pada minggu yang pertama membuatkan saya rasa sangat-sangat tak sabar untuk melihatkan apakah aksi yang akan ditunjukkan oleh kesemua pasukan Asia Tenggara ini pada minggu yang kedua. So jangan lupa untuk saksikan PUBG Mobile Professional League SEA Championship musim luruh 2022 pada minggu yang kedua ini. Malaysia boleh!
ต้นเกมที่กอตตันนี่ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเองครับก็เลยตาย ก็ไม่อยากจะโม้เรื่องนั้นนะครับ แต่ทีมผมก็คว้าไก่แรกของทัวร์นี้มาได้และอีก3 เกมที่เหลือก็ไม่ได้เอาเลยครับต้นเกมที่กอตตันดี้ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเองครับก็เลยตายฟินขอแต้มไปแบบฟินๆแล้วนะครับ
Memang sekarang kami lagi di bawah, tapi jangan lupa comeback PMPL ID kami kemarin. Buat tim-tim yang di atas, jangan senang dulu. Kami siap datang senggol posisi kalian.
Untuk kita, para tim Indonesia yang lagi berjuang, semangat dan jangan menyerah. Mari kita berjuang sama-sama untuk memberikan hasil yang terbaik bagi Indonesia.
Perjuangan kami masih panjang. Kami akan terus memberikan hasil yang terbaik. Support kalian semua masyarakat Indonesia akan terus bersama kami.
Buat para fans, tetap tenang. Liga masih panjang. Perubahan gaya bermain pasti akan kami lakukan. Kami pastikan kalian tidak akan kecewa dengan performa kami ke depannya. Dukung terus kami. #IndoPride.
Untuk tim yang main dekat week 2 nanti, korang hati-hati. Kita orang akan bantai semua. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia.
Có vẻ như là các đội tuyển cũng như các fan hâm mộ của Thái Lan đang khá hài lòng với kết quả của họ ở tuần thi đấu vừa rồi. Nhưng mà đừng ngủ quên trên chiến thắng nhé. Bởi vì chắc chắn tuần thi đấu tiếp theo các team Việt Nam sẽ quay trở lại cực kỳ mạnh mẽ và sẽ đem đến chiến thuật cũng như lối chơi mà khiến các bạn bất ngờ ấy.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The Synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Noosa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoot single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Nusa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we've prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines and the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zip line can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zip line halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, zip lines can be destroyed. Players can use the zip line to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged zip lines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Zip lines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out!
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14. by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepac Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepac Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepac Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
It's here! The long-awaited new Noosa map is finally here! With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Noosa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing zip lines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Noosa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving zip lines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Noosa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned.
Neo Speed awakens.
And welcome back once again. It's the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall. And my name's Contra, along with Tash Bunny, as we're back in black. How are you feeling, Tash Bunny? It's been a long while since we've seen you around, so...
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. It's been a while, and I'm really excited to see the new colors, the new stage. But all of this is not possible without our awesome sponsors. Our official tournament 2022 PMPL SEA Championship 2022 is brought to you by our official smartphone partner, Realme. The world's fastest growing smartphone brand introduces its latest gaming powerhouse, the GT Neo 3. The dual chip gaming level flagship boasts its outstanding power efficiency features thanks to its MediaTek Dimensity 8100 5G chipset and dedicated display chipset, promising users seamless gaming with an immersive experience. Gamers, upgrade your experience on PUBG mobile battlefields with the Realme GT Neo 3. And of course, we also have our official live stream partner, TikTok, hashtag #BeTheOne TikTok Challenge, and follow our official PUBG mobile page, PUBG Mobile MY Official, PUBG Mobile Esports.my, PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, PUBG Mobile Official PH, and last but not least, our official food delivery partner, GrabFood. 50% off GrabFood order promo code PUBGM only for new users. Terms and conditions apply.
Man, scan it real quick. We use it almost every single day, so make sure you guys grab it while it's up.
I just ordered a coffee with Grab delivery.
That's right, and hopefully it delivers in time before we get into our next game.
Oh, yeah.
Which, of course, Tash, we got a lot of exciting things that will happen, so you guys can basically make your own orders and sit back, relax, and enjoy what's about to come. And we'll see who will be the one that conquers this brand new week of the SEA Championship. So far, as we've been able to take a glimpse of the action from the previous week, teams from Thailand, they're just amazing. They've been dominating the entire course of the tournament, but then again, there's still weeks for them to go to see who will be the next challenger to be able to rise up to the occasion. So I wonder who's going to get the chicken dinner for our upcoming rounds.
I mean, when you put it that way, if we look at past trends for PMPL SEA, Thailand has always been one of those teams to really heat up real quick. They're quick on the ball. Week 1 already up on the top of the charts. We're not going to be seeing that anytime soon, especially FaZe and Vampire Esports. But as we all know, Malaysia is a type of team that tries to kind of like wake up on week 2 to 3. So perhaps we'll see a different sort of gameplay or game style, because as we know, how each country plays is very different to one another, and it's up to these teams to figure out what exactly is the kryptonite to one another. Because as we can see for Thailand, they're still maintaining the very aggressive approach, walk around and just try and kill as many people as they can. But let's have a look at the schedule for today, because we're going to be starting off here. 5 matches per day from Wednesday to Sunday, the 9th, 28th of September, all the way till 16th of October. And after that, we're going to go to the top 16, where we have another 6 matches per day for the SEA Championship Fall Finals from Friday to Sundays. And then you get 5 slots to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League.
That's right, 5 slots out of all the teams that are involved. 20 teams and only 5 goes through. And when we take a look at all these past tournaments as of recent, there's been so many great results, not only from teams out of Thailand, but also from Indonesia as well as Vietnam. Speaking of which, we're going to be using the same old point system. First place finish with the chicken dinner will offer 15 points in total, while any other position will have the numbers decrease. Well, with a -2 on second place, and of course on third you get 10 points overall, and fourth place it's 8 points, 6, 4, 2, 1, and from 13 to 16, absolutely no points at all, while each elimination points will get them as much as they need. So with that being said, we'll have to take a look at the weekly rankings as well, because overall teams will only get to accumulate the points that they managed to acquire based on their position. So therefore, with FaZe Clan getting number 1 from the past week, they'll be earning 20 points.
This is a very interesting format, I feel, because it's a very it's a type of format that really wants to make you stay on the very top of the charts. The competitiveness is just so high here as you go toward the end of every single week. Now, if you get the last place, you do still get at least 1 point, but you get the weekly bonus, league bonus, total bonus, as well as the initial points, which shows that there's a little bit more than just what's happening during the day itself when it comes to performance. Each team has to maintain a great performance in order to claw their ways to the top. But speaking of the top, here are the groups. We have 5 groups here in total, A, B, C, D, and E, with DX on A, with 4 rivals, Buriram United, as well as TEM for Group A.
And of course, we got Group B here with Infinity, BN United, Alter Ego Esports, as well as Yoodo Alliance.
Group C with 2E, FaZe, NFT, and SEM9.
And Group D, we have Genesis Dogma, DBD, Box Gaming, Vampire Esports.
And Group E, of course, we have our Malaysian favorites, Geek Fam. We also have Boom Esports from Indonesia, Bacon Time from Thailand, and last but not least, we have SLD. So these are all the teams, and we have, I think these are all the teams that we usually say household names for this tournament per se, but these are the weekly bonus rankings so far.
That's right. And we take a glimpse of what has concluded in the past week. FaZe Clan has absolutely dominated the competition with the top points of 246.
They're 30 points ahead of
Indeed.
everyone. That's like 1 whole map plus extra elimination points.
And you look at that. First place all the way to 6, all conquered by Thailand itself. Vampire Esports, Bacon Time, TEM, Infinity, as well as Buriram United, all on top of each other. I'm just looking at the rest of the squads. They've been having their fair share of struggles. Meanwhile, you still have the brand new name out of Vietnam's finest, ShineLikeDiamond, making it to the top 7 with 14 points to book out, and Yoodo Alliance being the flag bearer of Malaysia at the 8th spot. Meanwhile, Ego Esports are still finding themselves in a complicated scenario in some of these matches, and if we take a glimpse of some of the highlights of the past week, the Infinity definitely have some stellar moments of their own as they've been able to basically steer their way into victories when it comes down to matches in Arangel.
I think when you have a look at how Infinity plays, I mean, from last season all the way till now, they're very consistent. They haven't really changed up how they played, especially with this format, because they're very confident of
how they go. Now, if you look at the Malaysian teams, I think for week 1, I think the biggest thing about Team Malaysia that we have to talk about here is more of like what they need to know about week 1. How much are they trying to learn here, and how exactly are they going to be planning to go through this get to know each other phase? I mean, we do know that Geek Fam is like the master of comebacks. We've seen it so many seasons ago. But in this type of scenario, when you have these bonuses, it might be a little bit hard to come back if it's a little bit too late.
Indeed, and of course, with so many of all these matches to go, I believe there's enough time for teams to still catch up. And meanwhile, for teams hailing from Indonesia, another stellar team that we have to keep our eyes on is Alter Ego. We may not have seen them too many times in more recent international tournaments, but they've been able to step up, and you gotta keep your eye on Reynolds because he has been stomping on anyone in the forefront. So let's first keep our eyes on some of these teams out there as we have 4 names.
That's our Sanok.
We start off with GID here with the most points for Indonesia, and they definitely scored very well in Sanok, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at these, I mean, across the board, at least for 1, 2, and 3, they are teams that really have high elimination points, especially for Sanok. And it really shows in their playstyle. They're very aggressive, they like to look for kills, and they're the type of people that would really just hunt down, especially those from Malaysia and Indonesia who like to play the healing game, especially. Now, when you look at for the teams to players to focus here, FaZe will be across the board, I have to say. And what's really great about FaZe is that going to be Tony K again, stealing the spotlight from last season all the way till now. What do you think about that, though?
Well, I think it's just great work coming in.
Just Tony things.
You can say that, but there is actually more to that. Like MR5's always giving him the backup whenever it's necessary, and it feels like the golden days of Bigatron Red Aliens. And well, first, I don't really have to say too much about them. Usually, FaZe Clan starts off really, really well.
Yeah.
But heading into the later stages of any form of a league, they do have certain challenges that have hindered their progress. But of course, this is just the midweek into all these action that's going to be happening over the course of the entire Southeast Asia League. We're going to be starting off in Sanok as we will hit the double rounds of Miramar and Angle to end off our day. So any sort of expectation coming in from you, Tash, since it's been a while, and it's great to take a look at some of all these other teams. And is there a team that you've been eyeing out on other than FaZe Clan?
It's really hard to say because when you look at FaZe, consistency is key, and it's hard to not look at them. But for now, before we talk more about that, let's have a look at the new tactical crossbow in Nusa, the new map as well. This crossbow is a very interesting one, I have to say, because it's one of the interesting things is how the bow and arrow can kind of like drop down. It's a little bit hard, but it does do a lot of damage. And I have to say, whenever I play this particular map with the crossbow, I feel like Indiana Jones.
Yeah, you basically swing across the map, and it's offering so much where you are worried about mobility, but no more. You just have this tactical crossbow. You can basically zip line your way into the circle whenever you need it to.
You feel like a zombie hunter.
What?
Like a zombie hunter, you know, like you're you're trying to kill some infected zombies that's been eaten by bugs. I don't know which movie I've been watching, and then you just run away.
I'm pretty sure I don't watch those kind of genres, but for those of you guys back at home, make sure you download the latest map. It's Nusa, and you will have a whole lot of fun with your friends.
I like this map. It's very fun. It's very colorful. It's very different. Yeah, I think that's the right word for it, because sometimes when you are playing so many rounds in a row of the same maps over and over, it's so nice to have something new and something fresh. But you don't necessarily want to only look at the new maps, because we have the Clairvoyant Fox set as the Midas Fortune set as well. And I have to say, this is one of the nicer sets I've seen in PUBG Mobile. It's like a cross between, like, I don't know, I would say...
that's what we say every season. Oh, this skin's nicer. It just gets better.
It gets better, yeah. I mean, look at that. It's kind of like Japanese, but you mix it with a little bit of like Russian-themed skins.
And I love that it has an opera setting.
Yeah.
Like, it can't get any grander than this. So make sure you get your hands on that. And you can also get this set. Like you said, I know you've been excited
I know.
when we were on the loading screen. We've seen this set, and it looks absolutely cool.
It looks really cool. I mean, can you blame me for being excited for this skin? Because it's very, I would say, very shiny, very particly. You feel like an alien,
That's
but
right.
you're not.
Yeah, I think like it's great that we have so many of all these options for style, but you guys also do have the option to sign up to the upcoming TMCC Campus Championship that's happening real soon.
I'm excited for you guys.
$40,000 up for grabs, and make sure you scan that QR code and sign up with your friends.
This is really exciting because hashtag one squad, one goal. Because I remember one thing that I played in university a lot was, I would say, PUBG. And one thing that's great about it is that you can play anywhere and anytime. So now you can bring all that talent to the next level and join this. And you can also earn some money as well while you're at it, right? And this is the greatest time. So this is the last chance for you to sign up.
That's right. And of course, with true speed comes real attitude. And it is the first original PUBG mobile sports car with Basilius. So
is it in real life?
I wish we could actually own some.
I want that
in real life.
purple holographic car for myself, not the big one, the small one. Like, imagine how cool it is to drive through KL with that particular car.
I'll be worried if you're driving me around though. I know you speed quite a lot. I guess
am
like
a
in the game,
great driver.
I'll allow it.
I am a great driver. I don't know what you're talking about, okay?
I never questioned about your driving.
If you see...
I just worry about speed. But in this case, speed is good.
Okay. But for now, the serious part. Because now we are going to be predicting which team will be going forward. And for me, I'm going to go for FaZe Clan, a Thailand team. And for you, also going for Thailand, which is going to be Vampire Esports.
I think the results speak for itself, where from more recent tournaments and also from previous accolades that they have garnered overall, I think that Vampire Esports have always been able to find their way into, at the very least, a top 3. So with that being said, with the current play style that they've been turning up with, I believe that there's just going to be a whole lot more victories coming in for them. But then again, it's Sanhok, baby. So it could be anybody's game, where in this small 4x4 map, it really depends on the rotation timings overall. We've already seen that many of these teams not really fully utilizing the first aid kits outside the blue zone, which I do like. Teams are being a lot more proactive in the map and therefore going in for very early challenges. So I'm excited to see if either of these teams could basically get it.
You know, it's really interesting because when I first started casting PUBG Mobile, everyone told me it's a healing map and it's a very slow map. But as time went by, I see that it's really changed on how it has actually evolved into a very aggressive map as well. Some teams actually try and find that healing spot, at least to get that last-minute advantage compared to playing aggressive in the circle itself.
That's right. As we have already set the tables right, let's jump right into Sanhok.
Ladies and gentlemen, opening up the day today will be Sanhok Week 2, day number 1, and this is the first map of today. And I have to say that I'm really excited for this particular one because the flight path is all the way up north. It's not a very fun one, especially if you want to drop down at Camp Charlie, Bantai, or Dogs, but it's not going to be a big deal. There's still going to be, it's not really a big walk compared to the other maps here, but the question is which teams are going to be fighting each other first, which teams are going to be quicker when it comes to the loot.
That's right, and when we talk about such a flight, you would see a lot of focus into the islands of Alpha, where we're currently seeing about 3 to 4 squads in that vicinity, where Alter Ego as well as M9, they're in close proximities. So I wonder whether or not will they be clashing up early. Vampire Esports will be having a little bit of a safe haven.
That's a great prediction.
A hot team. But for the rest of these squads, sure, they will find their way into the island or on the outskirts. Vampire Esports already looking to strike hard and fast in the early game with Lord Harm holding on to the QBZ. Let's see where or not can he actually dish some damage. I don't think they know
he's there. I don't really think that they are aware.
I'm pretty sure with the parachutes they will.
I mean, they notice that he's somewhere around, but not quite sure. Oh, he still gets the knock! That's a spray. He doesn't get it. He's going to be running away for his life. But the problem now is how he's going to get the knock, the kill at least. For that one, that's not going to be happening. as the other members will just be on him like ants on a sugar cube.
I like the way you put it. Anyways, the rest of SEM9, they're nowhere around that sector, and I wonder why did Harm chose to be a lone wolf to go into the vampires.
It's because he was the scout. That's what they were trying to do. Speaking of that, it's gonna be Boom here. He's all alone upstairs. The other members of Infinity, they're just trying to find that corner. He can do one, not quite. That was a great drive-by. He will be immediately sent back to the lobby. Logan downstairs. Ooh, double barrel straight to the face. Can he get two? Not gonna be happening this time as he finishes off one. Has to be careful, but here is In got Tunny here. Trying to find the other member. Wants to revive, but has to be careful. They're gonna be coming up on top.
Did you suffer a little bit of casualty though? Boom Esports getting overwhelmed with the response with a huge wraparound coming out of the Infinity. And looks like there's not much of a chance here for Hexus to be able to even find himself better artilleries, only holding on to level 1 gears to kick things off. Now, Infinity quickly resuscitates themselves, though losing one doesn't seem like it will halter much of their progress.
Where's the other members of SEM9? They're just so scattered
That's
right
what
now.
I was talking about
I mean,
earlier.
I thought that it was just like having one person drop somewhere else and the rest are together, but now Putra is all alone. And I have no clue where the other... I don't know if it's wise for them to be playing like this. Are they super confident? Then they can play well individual when the other teams are playing together as a 4.
Well, overall, SEM9 is still within the circle, which wouldn't be too much of a hindrance for themselves, so long as they will eventually regroup into a certain checkpoint. That should work absolutely fine for them. Now, this is a team that I've been excited to see. This is probably the only new face that we've seen from
ShineLikeDiamond!
Vietnam.
ShineLikeDiamond!
And that's going to be ShineLikeDiamond, like you said.
It's not like the same song, though. Like, you know, the Rihanna song, Shine Bright Like a
I'm
Diamond.
pretty sure I can't sing it because copyrights, you know.
It's not gonna happen because I'm so tone deaf, so it's not even gonna sound remotely the same. But you know, I'm actually quite surprised that I was just saying earlier in the pregame that we're gonna expect a really fast early. I mean, we did see the early spike, but it wasn't as bombastic as I expected it to be. It's more of like small little skirmishes and pickoffs rather
It's
than
still something.
Yeah, it's still something. But I was expecting like a 4-4 at least, since the flight path was all the way up north. Now, this is the team that I think a lot of people are excited to look at. FaZe. And that's the other two members of SEM9 over to the north of them. This is very interesting because where SEM9 is, it's the high ground. Putra has finally reconvened with his teammates. Down one player doesn't mean that they can't do anything at all. But the question now is, because they're down a man, what exactly or precautions can they take to ensure that their survivability and firepower remains possible to be done?
Yeah, early rotations coming from FaZe Clan. A wise decision as compared to many of these teams who opt to take it rather slowly, and they're also in between the mainland as well as the island up onto the northwestern sector. So despite them being on the lower ground, even if there's going to be any challenge, they should be able to trade right back. And speaking of a challenge, there's already BN United trailing on their backs, landing a couple of taps onto the shacks, and Tony K, very well aware of that situation, takes a little cover, only has the M4 to work with, while DBS ain't going to cover that long angle. So he's going to keep an eye out. But the question that remains here is that, where is the other two members of FaZe Clan? Probably back in the boot camp area per se. So it's not going to be all too good for them to really go all out in this skirmish.
I think what they're trying to do is just go for these like just knocks, just to kind of like bring down their resources if possible, slow down the rotations, or perhaps if they do get knocked, perhaps they will be reconvening with their teammates, which is going to be great, especially if they go for the pincer. Regardless, for SEM9, I'm liking where they are right now. The high ground is great for them in terms of getting information, in terms of trying to figure out where to rotate to, but the extremities of war is now here as Snipes will be cooking up that nade. Throwing it up forward is Ramon's weight on the other side. Does it actually hit him? Yes, it does. He takes a little bit of damage there, not quite enough to actually sound the alarm. Yuhai from one side, he's not making a sound. Trigger discipline is great as he tries to find at least an opening to kind of backstab from the backside.
Double split coming in from the rest of NFT though. Geek Fam not too well aware of the rest of the teammates of NFT's positioning, and therefore they have to utilize plenty of all these smokes to cover for now. But all these shacks, they will try to prime grenades though. Snipes just trying his luck from quite a distance. But of course, that's just a toss that he hopes to connect. Not going to be much of a result whatsoever, but Ramon's keep an eye on his angles though. He can get a shot towards Snipes if he goes way too far off, and Batman's going to do exactly the same to Micah.
I think this is a great thing for them. Oh, 7-9, I just noticed that they have already given up the high ground now in these shacks, or the houses rather. And I think this is a good thing for them as well because they're just waiting for the circle to move. But Mika will be the one to open up. Boysil knocked down here as Mika wants to find the kill, not able to. He has to rush forward, has to get that positioning right there. And time is running out for both teams. For Geek Fam, they want to get the knock, the kill. And for NFT, they want to be able to go forward to get the revive.
It's going to be a little tad difficult though, but Geek Fam is currently pushing forward. Now Dameron's getting suppressed. They're going to go in for the trades. Taps landing onto Ramon instead.
What a shot.
Not much time left for NFT to go in for the resurrection as Yuhai is already pushing forward. Hiding behind the rock. It's not going to be all clear cut, but Yuhai does score one back for Geek Fam. Ramon's getting more damage onto his body. Ron also trying to get himself healthy for the moment.
For now, though, it looks like they're just going to be trying to push forward. Shots are out as NFT takes so much damage. Damroot moving forward. He's not scared, but he's so very low right now as Toron, he's pushing. We see Damroot finally going down as Batman still waiting for the right golden opportunity. Ramones, he sees Damroot, and he finally knocks him out of the game, and this is going to be 1 point for them.
Great trade back coming from NFT. As this is going to be a stalemate between the two. They did manage to get Yuhai knocked out. Snipes slowly retreating as Geek Fam sees this to be a huge disadvantage. And the longer that they stay in this fight, more teams are about to wrap them around as well. You take a look at the other side of the corner. There's already another two squads lying in the waits. Yuhai way too far for any sort of salvation out of Geek Fam. And NFT just knowing how to play really cautiously have resulted in them getting the upper hand, and Snipes just rolling in the grass though. This might just be advantages.
Oh, he still gets one. Ramon from the other side. Zigzagging, he gets two. What a beast. Batman, the last man alive. He wants to save him. Snipes trying to hide for his life. He needs to get that reset, but what is he gonna do? He's getting shot, and finally Snipes goes down.
My word, NFT still trading back though. Now it's only down to Micah. He's still trying to get the revive onto Yuhai. Does he have time? Yes, he does. My goodness, just by the tick of the last health. You can't even see the health bars on Yuhai.
I can't believe he did that.
Still hoping to make it work. Though the circle now closes inwards into the islands, there's still teams who are on the outskirts in the blue zone. BAC is going to be around. That grenade almost landing onto two. Geek Fam tries to trade right back. They don't get the thing, and they will wipe them off clean. And NFT Esports, they have to bow.
I can't believe that happened. It started off great for NFT. I'm not too sure what happened there as they scattered when one got knocked forward. It was a 1 versus 3 toward the end with Damroot going out, but they still made it up alive, at least only losing one. 4-1 is so worth it.
The Malaysian side showing strides and the huge tenacity to overwhelm the rest of NFT with that perfectly primed grenade coming from Micah. And it just can't get any better than that. And of course, moving along, so many of all these other teams just finding it really difficult to navigate their way into the circle. And GD will possibly look to get more and more of these dash of first aids to last out. Meanwhile, for SLD, they find themselves a package. I do wonder what have they got in store. Is that could probably help them amp up the firepower.
What's under the Christmas tree?
It's a little too early for Christmas, though.
You know what they say, right? Like, as soon as Halloween hits, October hits, It's only like for 2 days you play the Halloween songs, and then immediately it's gonna be Mariah Carey's "All I Want for Christmas Is You" all the way.
But there's still
until
November.
February.
What do you have in November?
No, what? November doesn't exist.
That's to you, but to me, yep, it's a long month. Oh boy, here we go. More action coming in. Death finds one out of Vampire Esports as they walk into the shacks. Over the top end, they're still Alter Ego, so they can't really go out of the compound just about yet. Schweppes try to find his way in, though they did lose one. It looks like they really want to secure this prime area of play. Sem9, 3 players inbound. Not gonna move an inch. Well, actually, they do inside the shacks, but does it matter? So long as you have so much cover, you're not going to be picked off all too easily. I can't say the same about Vampire Esports, though.
They are very separated. They're trying to go for this pincer situation. But for now, Infinity going forward very fast, going toward where Boom Hexas is. And I think he actually is aware of their presence, because we are seeing a reposition from him. The damage coming through. Never mind that. He does not know that he was there. And that will be Boom Esports, 14th place. I wouldn't say too soon, but still unfortunate.
Well, I got to say they finally completed the ace. The last time they met was back in, I do believe, Hattin or somewhere abouts.
They were stalking this man from the other
for the
side.
longest of time. Well,
like, you can run, but you can't hide. Not from
indeed.
us, not from Infinity.
And of course, drawing back into that sort of skirmish that they had much early on, you see members from the side of Boom, they were absolutely unready to take on that fight. Hexas had to play it a little bit more passively, but it still didn't favor him after all of that walking throughout the map. Now let's take a look at...
Wait, hang on.
DVD.
Before you say that, I have a fun fact.
What's that?
So, do you know there's an animal that before you know it's chasing you, it is already chasing you from half a mile away? Guess what animal that is?
A cheetah?
No.
No idea.
It's a bear. A grizzly bear.
Really?
So that's exactly, yeah, for real. So that's exactly what Infinity was. I'm sorry, I have so many weird fun facts to share.
All right. Hit me more later on. But for now, let's focus on the game instead. As we have predicted, it's going to be an island circle instead. As you can see, teams planned into the alpha side. The Temple Hills is going to be the area of play for a majority of the members of Alter Ego. So they will be able to dictate who comes in, who comes out. Meanwhile, there's nobody else that's going to be hiding behind Camp Alpha, so they're relatively safe. Can't say the same about Infinity, though. They did lose one early on, but
oh, look who's coming! Look who's coming to knock on Sem9's door. No, actually, I think that Sem9 gave up the area. They moved away, pretty sure. Because, wait, no. They're just neighbors.
I'm not too sure what happened to BN United. Capone got himself knocked out. Probably a little bit of a casualty there. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports gets a few numbers back. BN United.
Ooh, that damage.
Right back. A couple of tags onto Schweppes, but it won't hinder the rest of Vampire Esports. Meanwhile, Sem9 on the approach by the shorelines. It's going to be DPD launching attack 6. Managed to get one and more for the team as they wipe out Box Gaming.
Wow, they were absolutely caught off guard. But Sem9 on the other side, just trying to kill steal, tap them from a little bit, does get some damage in, but Infinity, you can see that they're quite nearby. And Infinity is a team that would absolutely love to get involved, and that will be one member of Sem9 knocked down. We have FaZe on the other side. We are very, very aware of them. Nuzi coming forward here, not allowing DBD to even reset. He wants those kills, he wants those points, and he's hungry for them.
He's all alone, though. Where's the rest of Infinity? They're going to launch an attack together. But oh, my word. He was running for his life, but straight into the nade. And now, here comes the rest of the team.
Oh, Nuzi's in trouble.
He's going to be able to trade right back. Nuzi's just leading the charge, but they are also being blockaded by the Molotov set on the ground. Mela crashing in from the sides as well. DBD trying to get the revives off, but there's not much time left. Echo, last line of defense. Jimmy still struggling to make ends meet. And Mela drops in another nade. Yen goes down. And there's only 2 more for Infinity to secure. They did drop Nuzi instead.
Oh my god, their nades have been absolutely on point. Now Jimmy is in trouble. Mela gonna go for that revive there. It's not gonna be a problem as Zig's gonna try and push up. Dumb damage has been taken. Tuni is gonna try and help his teammates. Gonna zone out with at least that nade. Throws it into the building. Doesn't actually hit them is the question. I don't think so. His teammate has been revived.
So
There's no problem. They are very, very low. And Echo is trying to at least reconvene with his teammates. So barely missing the rest of his team. I don't know how many nades that Mela has, but he is making it rain from hell.
Yuzi just applying so much pressure, and he does catches Yen running across. Ziggs doesn't have much resource. The only healthy member from DBD is going to be Echo. And they're going to drop more and more of these nades, forcing the rest of DBD to retreat and have to give way to the rest of Infinity. And this is how Thailand plays it all out.
Oh, he gets the revive.
I'm not too sure he can make it out, though. There's not much time.
Nuzi's there. Oh, Nuzi hasn't jumped in yet. He's trying to go through the door. The sprays come through, nearly missing him. But it's 17. He does get knocked down, but he's so very low. Does get a point. Can he go for 2 is the question. No, he doesn't. Finally goes down. But he does not go down without a fight.
And that's still plenty of points being secured from both ends. BAC getting caught out as well. Allen will be able to eventually go in for a pickup, but there's still more shots to suppress him. Christie goes out. Now Alter Ego, as I've been able to eye on them for the longest of time, were unchallenged on top of the hill, and what makes things better? Circle directly upon them. And Geek Fam finally made their way from ruins into the section of the lower villages as well. But look at the choke point on its south side. There's Yoodo Alliance, SLD, and plenty more teams that will be going on an all-out warfare. And BN United, they have been overwhelmed much early on, only having 2 members. I don't know how they sustain.
I'm really liking this, I would say, unorthodox rotation coming in from Yoodo Alliance, as they kind of separated into 2s. But for now, they're in trouble as Jamil does get knocked off. I did look, trying to find his teammate here. Unfortunately, not able to get the revive. He's going to grab the car and just drive away. No issue at all there. They were not expecting at all these members to be inside of that area. Helton, teammates, Olio as well, going to be reconvening with each other. So they already are very aware that it's safe to assume that each building is going to have someone inside. As for FaZe, they're going to be pushing forward here for Vampire Esports. Vampire, the Ravenclaw is waiting inside. He's not trying to push out here as Vin Torres is trying to scout out the area, make sure every single area and corner is clear before they finally come in.
They know he's in. And there's not much that he can do with the entire FaZe plan wrapping it around, but he does manage to drop 2 though. Damage done, but no points to be secured. MR5 saving the day. But is there more time to be bought? Because more teams are approaching steadily as we see more numbers coming in from Geek Fam from across the map. SLD just getting slaughtered out. And Geek Fam, even with 2, takes out the entire squad with the help of Yoodo Alliance.
I have to say, this is a very interesting twist of events, as just now we saw Sem9 was the one in trouble, and suddenly Geek Fam comes out on top. GD in trouble right now as the sprays come through, luckily not hitting him. He's surviving by the skin of his teeth right now as Adi look over at the bottom side. The high ground does go toward Geek Fam. Yuhai still waiting for the right opportune moment. Sprays into the smoke. Nothing actually hits, and he's going to be trying to reposition himself, not to get caught up, but Olio will be the one knocked down first by Micah. There's only 2 members of Yoodo Alliance left that they have to worry about as Snipes from the other side. Moving forward, they are going to be pushing up because they know that they are down on manpower. Snipes still playing the backstab game. I don't know if they're aware that they're all the way in the middle side, but look at how far away Helton is.
He is pretty far away. He's just trying to heal up from the outskirts in order to buy more ranking points back to the team if all else fails. Micah still on his hot pursuit into the smokes. Not catching on to Adik Luke. He does find a little bit of an angle.
Oh, he goes
but
the nade.
He couldn't seem to get some safe area to peek out. That grenade might just be able to land onto Micah though. But keep in mind, 2 more members of Geek Fam is still up upon the hill. Silence pushes his way forward.
Oh no,
fully
the backstab is happening. Look at him.
Not just yet.
Do they even know they're there?
And even if they do, there's not much that can be done. You just got to take one fight after another. Micah does land the drop onto Olio eventually. Now 8 more teams remain. Blue Zone's closing Indo, BN United still have to find their way through, and Yoodo Alliance doesn't seem like they have a way out, but keep in mind, there's another player out the back that they have to seek out. It's Booms from GD that they have to take out.
Oh, Adilok finally going down here, gets exploded, but here is Alter Ego on the top side. They want to go for those long-range hits if they can, and if they do get one, though, it's going to be Tony K that falls down. Helton does find BN United. Silence in trouble now. Sorry, Bao Nam is the team. Max gonna go down here as Micah finds another. They're very, very aware right now, but in 8th place is gonna be Sem9 with 2 eliminations. Geek Fam still very, very strong. Bao Nam taking 7th place with 1 elimination. We're seeing that from the beginning. These teams that get caught out early, without the manpower, it's so hard for them to survive.
And Geek Fam, after that huge fight that they have in the early game, is just muscling up every step of the way.
This is a very aggressive Geek Fam, I have to say.
They are.
Much more aggressive than week number 1.
And this is a style of play that we've known and loved coming in from the MY squad. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan just playing it steadily, one step at a time. Only having 4 frags, but they still have 4 members still healthy and alive. Keep in mind, though, Alter Ego, as much as they haven't got many of these numbers, they have that high ground advantage.
But look
that
at
they can pick everybody else.
heals.
And Yuhai still trying to keep an eye out onto Yoodo Alliance, while Booms gives them a little bit of a surprise. Snipes should be able to be rescued just in the nick of time.
We are down to our last 5 teams here. Our Geek Fam unstoppable with 10 eliminations so far. But you have to remember, Alter Ego is with the high ground. The circle is going toward the south side though. So they are going to have to try and be careful because the repositioning is going to be one hell of a problem for them. But it's going to be Tony K that finds the first. Nope, he's going to be pulling down finally. Hard to find the angle when you're all the way at the bottom. But Geek Fam is there to pick up the pieces. Not Alter Ego. And on the top side here, Alter Ego, they see Geek Fam, they see the FaZe Clan. They want all of the points, but it's so hard when Yuhai is just hailing bullets onto them.
And now Geek Fam having the best advantage possible to close out the match. No, Alter Ego, they have those numbers to trade right back. Now they are hindered, trying to get their way into the circle, and they have to take a leap of faith. Pombi, he doesn't seem to have any sort of angle that he could basically get down safely though. And Alter Ego, they finally get themselves 5 frags, and Yoodo Alliance finally bows out. Geek Fam just on the tear, 14 frags, and they're just looking for more and make it all 15. Do they even need the chicken dinner? Looks like they won't go for it though. Micah seeking them out, but there's nobody else inside the circle. Only Bacon Time outside of the blue zone, and he's still got 8 more packs to go. But it's all set in stone. The Malaysian side will be able to conquer Sanox's kickoff week 2.
I have to say, for Bacon Time, they already knew what they wanted as soon as they stepped into Sanok. They wanted to play the healing game. They wanted to just play outside of the circle. But against a team like Geek Fam, for just there's 3 of them alive, I'm sure that they are very, very stacked in resources when you look at them, especially when you think about how many bodies they've knocked around their area. It's a bit hard to do anything, but look at the total healing here. For most of them, not so high.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Geek Fam almost got taken down in the very early game of Sanok, where we saw them duking it out with NFT Esports. It was due to Micah's stellar play of dropping that huge grenade that has brought them forward to get this chance to close it all out. And of course, it's about to be over. Great job, OnStyle. You bring some points back to Bacon Time, but it will be Geek Fam that hills victorious.
You know, I really like those healing games. I have to say, explosive plays are much better to watch.
Indeed,
of course. Geek Fam brought that in for us. It's a very different Geek Fam from week number 1. First match, I think they have 15 eliminations, 16? And this is one of the most aggressive plays that we have seen. I think this is the reason why Geek Fam is able to do those amazing comebacks, because when it matters, they can pull out these sort of aggressive sort of plays, even when they only have 3 left and losing Damroot very, very early.
And we have seen the rise of Geek Fam slowly getting back on track, heading into the later stages of week 1. And I gotta say, they're now back on track of how they have been able to perform back in their local region, while we go having a glimpse of the early scuffles that all these teams had. Boom Esports, they were ill-prepared to kick things off with, and this fight itself could have determined whether or not if Geek Fam survives, but they managed to put it all out. While Empire Esports, they have a lot of early game picks, but they couldn't get in the circle safely.
I think one big problem why these really early skirmishes are happening is because a lot of teams are unable to not only get to their drop spots, but because the map, I mean the flight path is toward the north side, you are forced to drop down close to one another. And I think I'm seeing a shift of gameplay, at least from the team FaZe, where usually how we see from FaZe is that they would like to play through the side of the circle and gatekeep as much as they can. And I think this time the problem with FaZe is that when you have a team like Alter Ego all the way at the top on the high ground, it's a little bit hard when you're getting healed from the top side. But what Geek Fam did was find a middle ground where they're able to not only aim for the lower side, but also the top side. And I'm curious to know how exactly they found that positioning, because it was one of the greatest positionings I've ever seen.
That's true, and though Alter Ego have been able to secure the area for the longest of time, they couldn't close out the game, and that's also due to the fact that the circle eventually swerved towards the lower grounds instead, and that leaves them pretty much open for the taking, where Geek Fam, they push them their way up the hill, they managed to find optimal angles, and just having the best of time possible, bacon time, and just played it safely. Sure.
Look at the time in blue.
16 minutes and a half.
I survived for 16 minutes and a half.
That's one of the longest that we've
That's
seen
crazy.
in a while. And of course, Yoodo Alliance, they were attempting to do exactly the same, but they're not exactly in the best area of play. And Geek Fam have already seeked them out. And therefore, as we head into the overall match 1 standings, we have Geek Fam closing it off with 15 total points of eliminations. And that's a total of 30. That's like a double chicken dinner for them. So kudos to Geek Fam.
They are about 20 points ahead of the second place, which is Alter Ego, with 15, giving them 5 eliminations only. So I think that's one of the problems when you are playing, you are too much playing for positioning and you're not trying your best to get those elimination points. It's just why I always say that for a lot of teams, you have to find that sweet spot between elimination as well as getting the circle. And I think for Alter Ego, they were hoping that more teams would make it to the circle, giving them all those kills in their pocket. But as the circle swerved downwards, it's a little bit hard for them to reposition as well. BAC, 12 points with 0 eliminations. So I have to say that their survivability skills is pretty insane.
Indeed, and I believe that there's just multiple ways to play the game for sure, and the different style of approach have worked out for some of the other teams on different scenarios. But for Geek Fam though, this aggressive style of play has worked wonders for plenty of times, and Micah, ever since he transferred from his previous team into Geek Fam, he's been showing that he is the next superstar of the team. Now, having a total of 9 elimination points, and of course, plenty of damage to book out. So we just really have to see what else can Geek Fam offer in the upcoming rounds.
I think that Mika coming into this team is actually really good for his playstyle. Having a team that can supplement your playstyle, really enable you to play aggressive, it really, really makes a statement. Because the way that it was played before when he was in his previous team, it felt like he was always knocked out too early. Why? Because he's not given the space, he's not given the support in order to go aggressive and go through this very in-your-face sort of fights. But with Geek Fam, I can imagine their combination of their comms is going to be like, oh, okay, don't worry, we're going to keep them here, we're going to make them just look at us. Micah can go toward the backside and try and backstab or reposition from a different angle. And I think it's just so great for him.
Yeah, and he not only went in for frags, he was also the player that has been the backbone to support fallen allies. We saw him going above and beyond to save Yuhan in like a split second. Just
the
0.
timing,
1.
right?
Just a 0.1 second would have resulted in Yuhai being taken out by the bleed that has resulted in NFT's assault, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think like there's just so many things that have gone really well, and that battle for them from Ruins heading up to his north side, it wasn't the hardest of rotation per se, but it's just beautiful how Geek Fam does it all the time, that they've been able to achieve great results, and it's just stellar gameplay from all of them. But other than that, we've also seen teams like Vampire Esports. They got 9 frags. Sure, not much of a ranking points, but this is the style of play that we've seen from Thai teams. Very different approaches, but you know that when it comes down to 4v4s, they know how to handle their fights.
Yeah, so what the Thai teams are doing and why they're on top is because even though they're not going for placements too much, I think for each team they have their own objectives.
Except for Bacon Time, probably.
Yeah, except for Bacon Time. They're a very different approach when it comes to Sanhok. So now when you look at them, how they play is very aggressive because in their mind is that I think how they work is like from this circle to this circle, the prioritization would be getting as many frags as possible. Go for the kills, go and annihilate as much as you can, get the points. And then once the circle hits maybe circle number 6, circle number 5, where it's very important that you get the positioning, you see a different sort of mindset and gameplay for them. We've seen it in FaZe Clan, and we've also seen it for Vampire Esports. But I have to say, compared between FaZe Clan and Vampire Esports, I think Vampire Esports is a little bit more aggressive when it comes to their approach, as opposed to FaZe Clan. We are actually still seeing that balance where they try to kind of like balance survivability as well as frags. So it's two different approaches to the same way. And I have to say that personally for me, I like chaos. So Vampire Esports is looking a little bit more fun for me.
Which is why I voted for them. They thrive in that chaos. And of course, other teams will say, sure, you can take fights after fights until you wear out. I'm just going to go for those chicken dinners out there, while Geek Fam has been able to do so by doing exactly both approaches. So with that said, of course, we do look forward to what Miramar has to offer to us later on. Sanhok has been exciting, where we see early skirmishes and a lot of all these huge pickoffs out there. FaZe Clan, though, we saw the way they approach the game. It really deserves a little bit more of an observation, right? Like,
it's very surgical the way they play.
They were from like what, boot camp?
Yeah.
Really, they do some quick
They
moving,
actually
move into the
swam across
they
as
swam
well.
across, and then after that, they were just taking by the corners of the cove, and they weren't approaching to any of all these shelters until much later on. And even when they do, they manage to get into the shack. They cleared off teams after teams. Infinity, BN United, all of them get hacked.
Okay, so let's have a look here at how in terms of rotations. So because I would say that even though the flight path was all the way up north, it's not the best situations when it came to the drop spots. I think what I really liked about it is that the circle was still in their favor. They didn't have to travel too far. There are a few teams who prefer to play outside of the circle, and I don't blame them, because in terms of getting resources, I think it's best to go somewhere where there's not a lot of people, because if you're not fast enough in terms of looting, it's going to pose a problem. So this is where you mentioned earlier, our FaZe. They were playing at the corner there. We saw a 2-on-2, 2 on the small island, 2 on the main island, because they're not exactly sure where exactly the circle is going to go. As soon as they knew, they're just going to go swimming across. So this is the final area, and I have to say what's really interesting about this is the positioning. Look where exactly Geek Fam position themselves. They're very, exactly, it's a trifecta, and it's all the way on the top side of the hill as well, giving them so much to see. They can even reach Alter Ego's area from there as well, which is a very interesting way of approaching this place.
Exactly. For Alter Ego, they understand that, hey, we should not reveal too much of our position until much later on. FaZe Clan, the only problem that they had was the disadvantage of elevation overall. Geek Fam was on the hillside, and same goes to Alter Ego, and they were basically pincered from multiple angles, and therefore they could not last out to the final battle. And once they had this whole area surrounded, doesn't matter if Alter Ego has the highest point, you know what goes up has to fall.
Eventually. And I think what's really great about it as well is the fact that they're able to get so many kill steals from the little skirmish from Alter Ego as well as FaZe Clan. So now FaZe Clan, they couldn't shoot upwards because of the terrain, and as for Alter Ego, they were trying to shoot downwards. So by that time, they're already so low HP. All that Geek Fam had to do was just yeah, that's all they did. I feel like this is one of a dream come true for them, where you can get this kind of chicken dinner, because it's like one of the easiest things that could possibly happen in terms of third partying. But now let's look at the most eliminations here, with Mika so far ahead with 9, followed by Nuzi with 3, as well as Yuhai.
And these are the top damage dealers as well from all these competitions that we've witnessed back in their own home regions overall. And I think like one of the most outstanding plays that we've seen out of all the names out there has to be Ziggs, because you saw how long they hold back the Infinity, and you saw even by himself he has been able to at least dealt enough damage to the rest of the Infinity to just ensure, hey, if I'm going down, you're going to go down with me as well. But Micah absolutely monstrous in that matchup in Sanhok. Not only was he the savior, he was the one that brought victory to the team.
Right, so for now, that's the end of Sanhok because we're going to be going toward Miramar, which is coming next. So it's going to be Team A, B, C, and E, where D will be taking a break. So now, for Miramar, we all know it's a very big terrain, it's very terraneous. It's a lot of high areas and high elevations. I think teams like FaZe as well as Buriram United would really enjoy this map, especially because we know that they're very, very great at those long-range sort of fights.
That's right, and we finally get to see all these teams from Group A perform as they miss out on the matchup inside of Sanhok. So hopefully they do get themselves pretty much warmed up while watching some of the matches that have come into fruition and know what exactly to expect. So teams, they only had a few days to prepare on their new strategies of play, and clearly enough, Geek Fam has gotten the right mentality to propel themselves forward in the chart. So speaking of propelling forward, we have something coming up for you guys who are looking for more brand new content in the game of PUBG Mobile itself, as we got the brand new collaboration with Bobo Boy.
I think this is very fun because I saw this on Twitter and everyone was looking at the graphics. They're like, oh my god, Bobo Boy is now an adult? We're in the future now, wow. But this is coming soon, October, so it's going to be this month. Not very, very long now, but you know what else is this month? My birthday.
Oh yeah, my birthday's somewhere within the month too, so other than birthdays, of course, you can also celebrate every single Wednesday as Phase 2 of Rabu Padu is now here.
Wait, can you say that again? Rabu Padu?
Rabu Padu. Yeah. So basically, play with your friends every Wednesday and get yourself some great rewards. And of course, with those classic coupon great gifts, you could basically claim a lot of stuff out there. So make sure you invite them for some games today. Today, yes, it's a Wednesday.
Oh yeah, today is Wednesday. Why did I forget that? But
It feels like a
hashtag
Monday because we're at work.
Oh yeah, it does feel like a Monday. But for now, hashtag Rabupadu menang selalu. Put the hashtag in there to share it with all your friends. Invite them to play on Wednesdays. You know what else you do on Wednesdays?
What's that?
You wear pink.
I wear pink?
You were supposed to wear pink. He was supposed to wear pink today, but he was.
You were supposed to wear
I wanted to, but I wanted to match you. It's okay.
It's okay. I'll just blend the background if I do.
My eyeshadow is pink. So.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, fair enough. But of course, other than that, I believe that we do have more and more games coming our way. Make sure you guys drop in your prediction and drop a like, subscribe, follow where you guys are currently watching the PMPL SEA Championship Fall. It's been exciting, and so far, Southeast Asia have always produced some of the finest teams globally in PUBG Mobile. And I think recently, with a lot of all these rising stars, we've been taking a glimpse at the rise of not only Thai teams, but of course, Geek Fam now back in form. Can they actually challenge that 30 corners?
I wanted to ask you about that. Do you think that Geek Fam's performance is based on what they've seen from the Thai teams on week 1?
I don't think it's based on what they see. It's always based on their capabilities overall. Every single team, all 20 of them, have gotten here in the league for very good reasons, and especially I would keep an eye out for ShineLikeDiamond, because these bunch of new talents are basically brand new in Southeast Asia.
That's
We've
why it's
never
called
seen them in any
ShineLikeDiamond.
tournament.
Yeah.
So it's basically their time to shine, because they've been in the rough for the longest of time.
Exactly.
And I love that sort of underdog story. I hate to call any teams underdog when they've made it this far, but it is what it is when you have teams like FaZe Clan, you got DX, and so many more. Sam9, arguably one of the veterans from the MYS.
They are veterans, and I was a little bit surprised at their performance just now.
It's been a dip for a while.
It was very rough for them, but for now, what do we have next? What do we have next?
We have predictions. And, well, speaking of predictions, you did talk about Sam9.
I did.
Let me hear from you first.
Okay, so for Sam9, I think this is more of a copium sort of a prediction, I believe. Because, I mean, if we look at their previous performances from previous seasons, they have had consistent game style and gameplay as well, and they have made it back on top. Unfortunately, for this season, I don't think they're there quite yet, and I'm kind of hoping that because this week is week 2 is when they're kind of waking up. So that is why I'm putting in my predictions for them. Not on Sanhok Mika in particular because of how aggressive the map can be. But for Miramar, that's a map that's a little bit bigger that allows them a little bit more breathing room to breathe. Perhaps they have something else in mind.
That's right. For me, the Infinity speaks for themselves, right? Like, the past tournament that they had in the PMRC, they were crowned champions. And there are many of all these matches where they have find that good balance. If they understand that they lose a few members, they will play for position. If they do have full members, they can go for fights for days, I tell you this, and still have the stamina to run. And speaking of which, of course, we're taking a glimpse of the map for the moment. We understand like teams like SEM9, they like to play around that middle sector, such as Power Grid, which they usually drop, but they are surrounded by a lot of all these high firepower units just wrapping around Picados and Martin Graveyard. And for Geek Fam, who have just won the previous round, they'll be inside of El Pozo. And I guess the good news for some of the teams here is that Vampire Esports, Box Gaming, GD as well as DBD, they're not in this matchup. The Vampire Esports being so aggressive inside of townships in Miramar, I would say that this is a blessing for some of those who are hoping to take over some of all these prime locations of play. So therefore, we'll just have to take a glimpse of what this upcoming match has to offer.
Yep, because now we're getting ready to go. Are you guys pumped? I'm pumped. Don't forget to get your Grab Food vouchers and your Grab Food because we're going to Miramar.
It's always sunny in Miramar as we're heading into the dry desert dunes. And of course, it's Cash Money and Contract here on the mic to entertain you throughout this ride of a plane, as we will be having a look at the flight path that will start off on that eastern side heading into El Pozo. So this is advantages for a couple of teams who would love to drop into the northern sector. Meanwhile, of course, those aiming towards Puerto Paraíso, Chumachera will have a little bit of a fair share of struggles to get to where they need to be. So vehicle options in the early game will be crucial for their survivability. Now, we've already seen Geek Fam opting to take a different approach as they're headed into the Impala section, but looks who's along the way. Seems like they will be joined by another squad, and SEM9 gets a direct drop into the middle of it all. Boom Esports opt to play a little bit slower compared to the rest of the teams as they are headed into Tierra and Campo Militar.
I think what's really interesting about this map in particular is where exactly each team will go. We know that some teams, they don't really necessarily want to drop at the same spot, so it does turn into the situation where you have these early fights. Some teams, they prefer doing that because they want to go for those kills. And speaking of that, we already have a skirmish happening right now. It's going to be Geek Fam going up against another team, and they are already on the hunt for one another. Yuhai with only a small pistol in hand. He doesn't care. One member of Buriram United already knocked down. Yuhai changes his mind about throwing out that nade here, leaves 4-name Pete behind because they're not too sure where the other two are, as Kengzo is just running for his life.
Buriram United off to a rough start. This is their first match of the day, but they managed to still do some damage onto members of Geek Fam. Tiger leads on the top end of the township. Will find a little bit of angle. Sonic 7 days finds himself in quite the pickle, but there's Yuhai at the very least. Namet is a little far off for Buriram United to go in for the rescue, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem if Buriram United congregate onto the two players that are left on the lower end. Geek Fam on a 2-2 split.
Oh, Tiger's
this is going to be pretty hard, though. While Sonic 7 days, of course, comes in replacement of Damroot, which is rather interesting, where Damroot has always been able to start for most of these matches. And Snipes finally gets a takedown, and that leaves only 3 players of Buriram left on the board.
One player of Buriram is actually running away. I'm not sure if they're running away or repositioning behind them, but for the other members of Geek Fam, they've all managed to get that reset. So it's no problem for them at all. Regardless, I'm really curious to know what exactly they have in mind as they are in this sort of Mexican standoff. Kengzo so far away, but for now, we do see some shots thrown out by Tiger. Does get some hits onto Yuhai, so Yuhai has to find a way to reset first. As we see small skirmishes, but not an all out. But here's Mika, he's coming up. Don't know if he knows where exactly Tiger is.
Tiger masking his footsteps, knowing that Geek Fam is around the corner. Only Micro Uzi in the hand of Sea Sky only. Well, he's seeing more than just skies for now.
Wait, he's just right underneath.
Tiger, he's ready to prime the grenade. He will toss it downwards. Cooked it preemptively. Won't be able to connect that, but the rest of Geek Fam slowly approaching from the lower side of the ground floor, bringing the Thompson in hand. All these SMG will be brought into play. As the rest of Buriram a little slow on approaching this though. So I don't really know whether or not can they provide cover for Tiger as Geek Fam. They're just going with this wraparound that's going to be able to secure them this one pointer. Not even needing Sonic 7 Days to be joining right in. Micah checking floor by floor, and they do have the damage being done. He leaps all the way down south. He's still parkouring by the edges. Smart play overall from Micah.
He is so crafty. They would never know that he's there. Kengzo from the other side, he's cooking up the nade. Wants to throw it inside. Does it actually hit that? It does. Does a little bit of damage. Tiger already on the outside. Snipes pushing forward right now. I don't know if he knows. It takes a lot of damage. Finally gets knocked down. He's in trouble. His teammates are repositioning himself. But Tiger throws some warning shots here. He does have his friend downstairs. Yuhai taking a lot of damage. Does get knocked down as well. This is not a great situation for Geek Fam. 2 already down. Sonic's so far away. Mika gets knocked down as well. Sonic's, what are you gonna do? Can you pick up your teammates is the question. He's taking a lot of damage right now. He has to be repositioning himself. Tops up and down. He's so very low. He's the last man alive, running for his life, looking for cover, looking to reset.
And Geek Fam, they don't really have time.
Oh,
and he will be kicked out by the Tiger himself. All the sprays will be brought forward, and Geek Fam, they may have rise upwards in Sanhok, but they will all crumble in the hands of Buriram United.
I have to say that the repositioning from Kengzo was honestly the problem here. They were not aware that Kengzo had already wrapped around to the
really
other side.
You got to give me a little bit of room for this because I have to dissect this one after another. So, Tiger, he was all alone from the top end, and he bought not only time, but every attention of the members of Geek Fam to all swarm into the building, and they sandbox him from all corners. That's how Buriram United have been able to single each and every member out of Geek Fam. And what can they do? By the time that they're all wrapped around, they just had the full intel with Tiger providing that knowledge, and he has the last laugh.
I can't believe that Tiger actually survived that as well. That's insane. He's like an escape artist. How crafty was
the highlight of this matchup itself. Like, everything else probably doesn't matter from here.
Yeah, I have to say
Just
that,
saying,
that felt like the last fight, honestly, for the chicken dinner. For now, for Sem9, this time they're playing together. Not as, I would say, separated as before. I think what happened before was that they were separating to find as much, I would say, resources as they can, and because of the drop spots everyone was around, they weren't able to reconvene. But for now, no problems, as the flight path is fair and just today.
Well, I beg to differ.
I mean, it was all right.
Okay.
I don't say
because
it's the
of the flight
worst.
path, Geek Fam,
Yeah, he had to drop in.
also go for plan B, right?
Yeah.
Like, their usual drop spot is in El Pozo. Like, they don't really want to go in for certain altercations back in their home ground. But I would say El Pozo was still in that flight path if they were patient enough. Like, they were...
it was not that far away.
Honestly, if they were to play there, it should have been a lot safer, but they were hoping to actually gain a few pointers out of that, and they only walked away with 1 point, taking down a singular target out of Buriram United. And now, question remains is that, what about the rest of the squads that's hailing in from Group B? Well, I would say Group A, actually, because they've just emerged into the scene in great fashion. So that was Buriram United showing their strengths, gaining 4 points. Now, I want to take a look at the rest of the squads like The Savior, TEM, and 4 Rivals, all heavy hitters in this matchup.
I mean, when it comes to the Thai teams, they are all heavy hitters. Their game style is very similar, and honestly, I'm not surprised that Buriram United actually won that matchup. It just shows that their aggression is just on a whole nother level. It's not the matter of just how they shoot or how aggressive they can be. It's just a matter of how they want to position themselves, how they want to take their target.
I was about to go to that point because when we look at the positioning itself, it was a 2-2 split from Geek Fam, and it really comes down to decision making.
It
right?
does, yeah.
So,
Which is honestly the question here. Like, it's a small area. Why exactly are they boxing themselves inside? Why is there no one outside watching the area?
I think, like, to be fair, they still have to get those loots. So, of course, you want to get a little bit more coverage. So, on top of that, I just felt that Buriram United, though it looked disadvantaged at first, they still have a few players planned up towards the higher grounds instead. And the other players have been able to get enough space and time to stack themselves up and be ready for the upcoming fight. Or as Geek Fam, they thought, hey, we got a single target, we can take him out, and they basically got baited into a really dangerous spot.
That's the right word, baited.
Yep.
That's the exact right word. But look at how many teams.
TLDR, right?
Look at how many teams are on the south side. Look how packed it is down there. And where 4 Rivals is where I'm like, if I were them, I'm like, okay. And if they could see the map right now, they'd be like, okay, there's no one around us. We're safe in this particular area for now, until Boom Esports gets them.
Yeah, 4 Rivals usually will be loitering around Cruz de Val. That's their usual drop spot. And lucky for them, they don't really have to move all too much. But ideally, as a city, Cruz de Val is one of the hardest spots to actually play out, whether or not if you do get the circle on top of the city, or if you have to rotate outwards. If they were to rotate outwards, 4 Rivals will still be very much happy because there's a lot of all these desert areas of play where you can still get natural terrains to cover up. So for Infinity, we've seen them having slight struggles back in Sanhok. Now they should be having all hands on deck. Moving up north has always been quite the trouble for many of all these teams. So it's interesting to see their approaches. Ego Esports have just started to leave the biggest city of the map. And that is going to be quite the journey from that southeastern corner. So I really do wonder if they would be able to get much information out of this rotation, though. Because majority of teams who are already inside that circle, they've got the advantage of having to peek out maybe a single team or two, whereas Sem9 started off in Power Grid, shouldn't have any hassle.
You know, we were looking at Ego Esports just now, and I was remembering, like, in the last map, they were knocked out a little bit too early. So now I think this would be a different sort of mindset for them coming into this particular game, as they want to, like, remake or at least gain back the points that they weren't able to get all the way in Sanhok. Honestly, potentially, they could have gotten at least maybe 10 points, and with Geek Fam with 30. And I think as the gap grows, I think that the mindset coming here, I'm really hoping to see a different sort of gameplay or game style, more aggression in terms of how they want to come back or just make up for the lost points. But for Geek Fam, going out early in this particular map, yes, it's a heartbreak, but because they're just so far ahead in the last map, I think they're allowed to have that room to breathe, to make mistakes. So it's not like the end of the world to them when you want to see in terms of performance-wise for the whole entire day.
Indeed, and I guess like it makes for lost cause as well, because that's essentially double chicken dinner when it goes off.
Exactly. It's like a buy one free one.
Well, in this case, you just split 15-15, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, it's a good average at the very least. A care package coming in though, taking time. Looks rather interested on TEM instead.
I think Bacon Time is like the most interesting team. Not only are they very sneaky, but look at the skins they have. It's so adorable.
Yeah, like the funkier the better.
Exactly.
Most of the time.
It's like their logo is funky, their name is funky. You know what? Have the funky skins as well. That's our whole entire brand.
And PUBG Mobile is all about fun, and that's why we're all here. So, speaking of fun,
oh my
this is gonna be the best party ever because we're gonna get a rowdy fight into the center of this map. So, well, slightly far off from center because it leaves Picado. Graveyard as well as Minas Generales is going to be the biggest playground for the likes of many. Just look at how crowded it is. You can barely even read out their names.
You can't even see the ground.
And
that's how packed it is. Okay.
And the fact is that they're not even battling yet. Everyone's just moving with vehicles from all corners of the map.
No one is battling.
They're about to, though.
I mean, it is going to happen soon, but the fact that no one fought early is why this is happening. But speaking of that, this is a shirty. unfortunately whiffs that, but takes a lot of damage from Bevy, and he gets him down to the ground. Bevy gonna just reload and then finally just knock him out. No problem at all. See if there's anyone else around. Nope, no one there. No problem. 1 free point for us, but where's the other part?
Rough decision making.
Where's the other bacons?
Well,
we want more bacon.
They don't want to be fried up. That's why they're hiding under cover. So bacon time.
They're on top.
They still have a lot to worry about, though. Now
This is
they
a
do
very
understand
open
that
area.
TEM have pushed towards their area. And the fact is that Bacon Time have man-marked them for quite a while, and yet TEM have been able to overwhelm them in the form of numbers. It tells a lot about TEM on how they basically strike as a unit. Now, keeping an eye out of Ego Esports, having the furthest rotation coming in from the south side instead, have finally arrived at the scene. Shots being fired at great hack onto one. Bring him down to 40%. Could be removing some tires out of that buggy. Nowhere to go, nowhere to find either. And more damage being chipped off. Nine Noise with a splendid tag out of that TD14.
I don't want to walk in front of Noise, man. Both people walked in front of it.
You don't want to shoot him either. Those shots are just too sharp.
Yeah, those. Oh man, that is just painful. Not only are you going to take damage from that, you're going to lose a lot of resources in that process. Not a great situation to be. But where Eagle Esports are, though, look at the two teams already marked them there. It's not very fun. But TM, I'm really liking the decision making of not going to the top side of the area, because not only is it very open, they're not entirely sure if the circle would be in their favor eventually. Getting down is going to be a lot of hassle, so it's just better for them to just wait for the circle to shift and perhaps get some kills as they move around. But here is 4 rivals. Look how aggressive they are as Alter Ego. Potato says, potato, I'm out. I'm not going to stay in this area. Choosing to play it a little bit safe, and I'm really liking this approach as well, knowing the fact that they didn't manage to get the chicken dinner earlier, and they don't really want to go aggressive, at least not until the 4th or the 5th circle.
SLD, though, approaching this with very cautious move
That
overall.
reminds me, you were saying that you want to talk a lot about SLD. Why do you love them so much?
I think I've already mentioned that.
I mean, yeah, the underdog story, but tell me more.
They are brand new names into the Southeast Asia Championship.
What have you seen from them so far?
Well, this is the first that we're seeing from them overall.
But what do you see so far, like potential-wise? You know what?
I think we haven't
Pause
seen
that.
enough. And therefore, that's why I wanted to see more.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
hype
can I
master.
get to my point?
Yes.
Yeah. So the point here is
Sorry about
more
that.
Thai teams are fighting each other, but if we want to look at the Vietnamese
that's our
side,
team.
it's DX as well as Eagle Esports, all clumped up, and here comes NFT Esports storming their way through, and there's going to be a serious trouble for them as they will be met with the rest of DX. Ready to strike and strike, feeling the damage. It's also Rabbids to join in the fray, but Rabbids will be fracked out instead. More damage to be done as Batman. He will be fallen to the ground with so much of all these bullets flying into the shack. NFT, they are crumbling. And in hopes that Swavell to save the day, Ramon still has a little health left though. DX relying on Du to find a little bit more of the angle, and Onsen comes in to tag along the party. TM as well as Alter Ego clash. And this is going to be pretty hard for either side of the party to make amends. And on the top side, it's Boom Esports. Minas Generales is just having an eye of the storm, all blazing out the health bars. And it's Pombi securing another one in the bag.
Boom Esports taking up the top side as TME. Zuzip will be in trouble. Ponbit moving forward, repositioning himself. This is a very interesting situation because a 4-way sort of fight here as the other members of AE now inside of their graves. There's only 2 members left. All they have to do is reset and try to meet up with each other. They're being really, really quiet about this. They're just trying to steal some kills. But look at that. D Xavier is now in trouble as Noisy is the one to get them. And 4 rivals as well. 1 member already knocked down. Alm style, he wants to find another kill. Not too sure where exactly these shots are coming from, but 4 rivals is not in a great situation as they get eliminated at 15th place with no eliminations at all. And now for a time of that, NFT finally gets the reset, but going down in the end as Lamborghini with that molly will zone them out, not allowing them the area at all through the smoke. He's just being really sneaky as Oron tries to go and pick up his teammates. 1 player already out, and the reposition coming through. Swavell on the other side. Oron, what are you gonna do? Can you see where they are? Sends out the smokes, shots come through, he takes some damage, runs away with the skin of his teeth, but Frankie on the side, he falls down! How did he manage to do that? Swabel is gonna get knocked out right now. At the end, he doesn't really matter because he's gonna go down with 2 elimination points.
And that was blood for blood brought right in from NFT Esports. Still taking down 2 members out. And it's all down to the single surviving member of DX to still save the day. And it just can't get any better than that. BN United, though, in quite the pickle. Capone drives forward. He does have a smoking vehicle. Infinity now drops more and more grenades. There's not much area of play for him, though. Capone at least having a little bit more coverage and depth. Finding the crosshair onto the hit of Trongzai as SLD will have 1 member pinned out. Capone tries to position himself, but there's more nades flying in the way. Mela, as well as Nuzi, giving it a hard time. And that's a wild shot coming from Olio. Yoodo Alliance steals one off out of Infinity, but there's still more troubles looming ahead. 2-2 split coming out of Yoodo Alliance that will gatekeep the rest of the Infinity. Now, look at this section of the circle. In the middle of the highway of Minas Generalis, though there's 11 teams, you know more names will fall, and Infinity here will not bow out just yet.
I think it's a very interesting situation as all these fights come through. You have no clue who exactly is from which team at this point. D Xavier, only 2 members still left alive, despite the fact that they did win that in a very, very oppressive manner. Regardless, there's so many teams still outside of the circle, and you can see that for D Xavier, because they're in the very middle and only having 2 players left, they have to be extra hyper vigilant. But I'm really liking where exactly the other members of the Malaysian team are. Where they are right now, they have the biggest area for Yoodo Alliance, and all of them are on different levels. But look at the come through here from Infinity, but Daryu Gangzo just spraying and praying, gets so much damage into Infinity. That Molly is gonna keep them out of the way. Sky only pushing forward here. He wants more, blows out the car. And for Nuzi, he needs to reset. He needs to be picked up right now. Cooks the nade. Can he get a Kobe out of that is the question. Are you gonna throw it? Yes, he does. Doesn't get a lot of damage, but it's no problem for them.
One,
they're gonna get picked up. But Olio from the backside, he wants to steal those kills. Mela, so very low, gets the heals. Sky only throws out another one. Is it finally going to send Mela to the lobby? Not quite, but from the backside here is Fnatic that gets Tiger just being the thorn in their side. But surprisingly, the one that's going to go out is right now it's going to be Sem9, but Nuzi not able to be picked up just yet as Mela tries to keep his teammate alive. But for now, Shamil as well is just trying to spray and pray. Does get one in the end. That'll be Olio that gets Nuzi, but Mela does find Sky only. And Buriram United will be going off.
Out there goes coming in right in. And Poppy's going to be charging forward. This is going to be a lot harder to do. And they don't really have time to reset. Molotov's being sprayed right in. And it's Pompey still in the smokes though. Logan will have to fend off against the rest of the Indonesian side. Resets coming right in. Both held back. And for some reason, Yoodo Alliance stopped that pursuit as well.
I'm really surprised about that. I thought they would actually push forward, but the lack of information is being a big problem. But FaZe is the one with 5 kills already. Here comes AE, cooking up the nade one more time. Infinity is in trouble as Mela gets knocked out. Logan as well, 5th place. 5 eliminations for Yoodo Alliance. They are doing so very well right now. Shamil's gonna be so pleased with himself for that, but he's in trouble. Takes a lot of damage, getting shot at from so many different angles.
And Yoodo Alliance have been so careful with their position. They're not giving away their estate. Meanwhile, the rest of the squads, they're over onto the eastern side where they will have to move forward. And that gives a lot of leverage to the teams that are currently smacked directly into the center stage. For those who are on top of the mining fields of Minas Generalis, it's going to be a tough hill to climb down from. And Yoodo Alliance got perfect angles against them, though. Though they do have to slowly move aside, they have to keep an eye out for FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, the other team that's currently inbound, and Ego Esports are slowly storming their way forward. 2 members of the Savior is still healthy and alive, but they still have to make a move. They're not making any approaches so far. Lambo spots him out, has a grenade in hand, and Namchin will easily dodge that one. Still gets clipped only for a tad bit longer. and everyone else from Ego Esports know that there's going to be some lurkers ahead. And
what
that
a
nade from
shot.
Lambo gets one.
Lamborghini's nades has been absolutely annoying to deal with. Has to reset and re-pick up, but Lamborghini will finally go down. Chua getting him, sending him straight to the lobby. Twok, the only member alive, gonna have to reposition. He's all alone. The Molly is gonna zone him out of the way, trying to find a different path or a different approach to get a kill, or at least some form of points. But for now, he's safe. He's on the
Alter
other
Ego.
side. But here's Alter Ego just ramming straight into
Oh,
him.
boy.
2E rushing forward, but Fnatic with the damage does get one eventually. Duck does go down, and they get eliminated with 3 points.
And they have fought their way skin and bones they will become. While Eagle Esports, they were holding on to this area of play only for temporary measures. And DX, they had too many teams to deal with much early on. NFT Esports is taking 2 out much early on. That resulted in DX faltering on 6 plays, but still yielded quite a significant number of points. Fnatic gets sprayed in the smoke though. Leaving only one member behind for SLD. He still gets one though. And Kwang, he does get a little bit more of that vantage point, getting cover from the wall, but Helton from the outskirts. He's just gonna go tagging. And I think his things are numbered.
Man, that damage is so very high. 2E, I was just talking about them, about how they want to make up in terms of their points. They've survived all the way to the top 3 by now. Who's in trouble is gonna be Yoodo Alliance with FaZe, MR5 getting 1 knock. They can still reset. They can pick up Adit Look if they want to, but it's a little bit of a tall mountain to reconvene and re-meet with his teammates because they're so far away on the other side. Regardless, Shamil is there. They can pick him up, but here comes... Oh, I thought that was a need. Thankfully, it wasn't.
Yep, with these 3 teams left, advantage is still in the grasp of Yoodo Alliance. And that's probably the best location that they could get with so many angles that they can approach from the top side of the bunker that they set up. And Olio just covering the edges as well. There's just no entry point, not even for FaZe Clan, who has all 4 members. But if both teams were to strike at once, they can overwhelm the rest of Yoodo Alliance. So all the teams are treading very lightly. While Eagle Esports, they're full sending it, but that with the cost of their demise, Shamil gets the damage done as now Shin finds his way all the way to the back, and it does not help at all. Helton gets him clipped.
I can't believe they did that. That's a little bit too aggressive, and they are paying for it. But Tony K is the one going to fall down through that sprays. Regardless, Ventores, he knows Shamil is close by, but he doesn't know exactly where he is. I don't think he had managed to see that he was right behind that vehicle. Regardless, but he, for FIDMT, he does get 1, gets a knock, but 5 eliminations for them. Adit Look now in trouble, sent straight to the lobby. No chance for them alive as Yoodo Alliance loses 1 member. Reposition himself, Shamil from one side. He wants MR5, not quite sure where exactly he is. Does get the knock, but he doesn't get the kill.
Helton still dictating the pace of this matchup from the top side. And yet again, Yoodo Alliance, they can just play this one slowly, but they just have overwhelming numbers coming out. FDMT will be crashing out. Ventores still getting them tagged. That's 2 in a row for Ventores, but he's outside the blue zone. There's only 1 more that they have to deal with, and Yoodo Alliance will secure the 2nd chicken dinner of Malaysia for the first day of week 2 in the SEA Championship. Yoodo Alliance with the dinner.
I am just so surprised at their performance. Very, very well done and very well articulated in terms of how they want to play. Love playing the third party. Don't have to join those skirmishes or fights if they don't have to, and waiting for the right possible moment. I would say that Yoodo Alliance is one of those teams that is the team that likes to wait for the golden goose instead of just going straight for the golden egg. Regardless, their performance has been absolutely stellar today, including their rotations, because they are very quick to get the area in the circle.
And not only that, they were very proactive. You saw that fight with Infinity on the outskirts, and whenever there is an opportunity, they will take it. You can just basically third party when you have such a great angle. They were in that position for the best of time. But we take a look back into some of the replays, and we saw...
This is the highlight.
Yep, Geek Fam just going up for that challenge against Buriram United, but it was Tiger that comes in with a huge outplay, and Geek Fam just have to give way. There's just
it's
not
hard
much
for them
to
to
do
do
when
anything.
they box right in.
Yeah, they were fighting a little bit too early, and I have to say that perhaps the momentum for the last game was a little bit too aggressive
This
for
fight,
there.
though.
Yeah, but this fight from NFT as well, honestly, should also be another part of the highlights. And it is here, after all, if you're going to say it. But the way they played it as well is just that even though they did make it out alive for DX, they still tried to survive as much as they can. But Buriram United's performance as well has been absolutely stellar. It's just unfortunate that they were getting like not only shot from so many different areas and so many different angles, it's just that the area they were in was just so huge. I mean, so open.
Yeah, and not only that, I was really impressed by all the squads from Vietnam. Particularly both Ego Esports as well as the Savior. The Savior were taking too many fights, and yet even with 2 members, you saw the damage that they dealt against Ego Esports. Sure, it hindered Ego Esports for a little bit more, but look at the tactical plays. A lot supposed to be set up, and FaZe Clan, sure, they have all 4 members, and they have been inside of the city for the longest time. It's just that the circle has pushed FaZe Clan into an unfavorable position, and they were forced to fight. They still managed to get a few points before they close out the round, and by the end of the matchup, we see great results by the teams that are within top 7. I'm not even talking about the top 3. Sure, Yoodo Alliance have been able to close out with not only the chicken dinner, but a whole lot of kills on top because of how they understand we need to play this with a great structure. And they stuck to it for thick and thin, and the results is what it is.
I really have to say as well, another thing that I really liked about this whole game in entirety is like I really was questioning about 2E. More of like what exactly are they going to do to come back from that last particular match, and they really showed me how aggressive they were and how proactive they can be. In the end, it did bite them back in the butt, but surprisingly, it still worked out great for them. But Yoodo Alliance is the one that really stole my eye today because I wasn't really even looking at them in terms of their performance. I was looking at a lot of other teams, especially Thai teams, but they're really showing us why exactly they should come up on top on this map. With 9 eliminations and 15 rank points gives them 24 points. And I have to say that when you look at the other teams like FaZe, the only reason why they're so close in terms of the 3 different points behind is because that in terms of eliminations as well as rank points, they're doing a little bit better.
Yeah, I think like in terms of elimination points, sure, the numbers have evened out for both FaZe Clan as well as Yoodo Alliance. But you take a look at every other team that was battling out for those locations, we understood what's at stake. When we saw that circle going into the graveyard section as well as Minas, possibly 12 out of 16 teams were already there. Okay, 15 because Geek Fam was eliminated,
yeah,
right?
Geek Fam was eliminated.
Yeah, Tony K once again popping off. This is absurd damage for only 6 elimination points. That could have been 12 kills, by the way.
Yeah.
And
he's just not able to get those kills.
It's amazing what Tony K does round in, round out, and he has never had a dip of a performance. And this is the player that Thailand has always talked about, and he has deserved all the spotlight he could possibly get. Now, with all those results, let's take a look at the weekly rankings overalls, where Yoodo Alliance now sitting at top spot because Geek Fam were not allowed to play, and FaZe Clan has been able to tie up with Geek Fam on 31 points.
I think this is what I was talking about in terms of Geek Fam going out early isn't going to impact them. I wouldn't say like the end of the world because they performed stellarly in Sanhok. That's the advantage that you can get when you go so far ahead. But coming back to the graphics here, I think like, you know, the teams that went a little bit early just now, like 2E, who went out the first team to go out in Sanhok, now on 6th place, it really shows a lot for them because as they go into the next match, they can be like, okay, we already performed as much, we can already sort of take it easy a little bit. We don't have to worry too much about trying to make up for the first match that we went out. Regardless, you have to remember there are some teams that hasn't played yet, which are some teams that I would say that hasn't really performed, but it's only day number 1. So I would say that Wednesdays would be the slower days, and then as you go into Thursday, we start seeing everyone just go crazy, and on Fridays would be the day that everyone just pops
as crazy
off.
as it gets right now. Like you saw, like the tempo of play has been at a really high level, and it's just how the top teams in the world will play. Yeah, it's Southeast Asia, but I would say they are some of the best in the world overall.
I really wanted to say something though about FaZe. I think like this is something that we saw from last season as well. They don't necessarily need those chicken dinners because
They really don't.
Exactly. In every single round or match, they're coming in maybe second place, at 3rd place.
That was one of the best.
Yeah, with what I would say an average of at least 8 to 9 kills per round gives them a lot of points. And to me in particular, as long as you go back to the lobby with at least 8 points and above, you're in a very safe spot or situation because you at least have those points to propel yourselves forward. Now, the situation that's scary is when you don't perform or you super perform and there's this like huge, I would say, pendulum effect.
Yeah, we hate to use the word consistency, but of
Yeah.
course, this is the name of the game. But sure, 2 matches in a row, FaZe Clan remain at the very least in the top 4 scenario. And if you look back, this is top 2 finisher back in game 1. Top 3, I would say. Yeah,
Yes.
top 3, top 4. I'm not. I easily forget, so don't mind me about that. But you also have to give credit to all the other teams out there. Sure, I can rave about them all day long because they're sitting at the top.
Yeah.
You look at Ego Esports. I want to highlight them because they came from one of the furthest area of play. Los Leones, huge city, ample time. It takes a long time for you to move up. And they managed to find a safe spot to move into the circle and cut into a top 3, top 4 scenario. I think that shows a lot of strength coming in from this Vietnamese side that a lot of all the fans back at home have been rooting for, because Ego Esports were one of the pioneer teams that have joined in from the PMCO days and finally getting a glimpse of what a veteran team can basically offer. So let's go in for a quick recap, of course, as the flight path moves in from El Azhar into El Pozo.
I just realized that 2E's travel distance is extremely far compared to theirs. It's like double from the rest of the teams.
Exactly. Okay, so take a look at some of these rotations, right? Went in from Chumacera. Later on, they will swerve into Los Leones. Yoodo Alliance as well. They came in from Leones. And look at this rotation. It's absolutely ridiculous. They basically went 180 or even
Around
270.
Around
270.
Miramar in 80 days.
Yeah. That's not even 80 days. That's probably 20 minutes, right? So heading into these sort of angles, like teams have to factor on the positioning of other teams' initial drops. And that led down to this fight. And why I highlighted that DX had such a great resilience is that they were fighting Ego Esports. They were fighting NFT, which NFT would have actually brought them down. Though it looked like a clean-cut fight. Initially, NFT had 2 members who were on great health.
Yes.
And yet, the fight prolonged, and I think like that led to the downfall of the X, or else this wouldn't even happen. Like, it could have been the X that takes over the Vietnamese flag to overwhelm Ego Esports instead. And you also see Huang out of PMPL Viet, that has been able to outlast many of these teams, cuts his way into a top 5 scenario, and that's respectable for him. FaZe Clan, though, we can't blame them that they did not manage to do all too much in this top 3. You look at the position, there's just no angles for them to work with. Yoodo Alliance has
Because
got
of the
this
circle.
huge wrapper out, and it's just the perfect closure for them.
It feels like for FaZe Clan, the theme ongoing, at least for the last 2 maps, has been the circle is not in our favor. The circle doesn't love me. You know, they should bring out a guitar and say, the circle doesn't love me. We make it to the top 2 with 4.
And it's 2 Malaysian teams with the dinner.
And the circle again. Where on earth?
Okay, that's enough singing.
Oh man.
My ears start to hurt. I don't know about the rest of you guys out there, but of course, things have been looking great for teams from Malaysia to basically get their chicken dinners. Hopefully more coming for Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, and more. And of course, we definitely have to thank our official smartphone partners, Realme, and you definitely have to check out the GT Neo 3.
Neo Speed Awakens. This is one of the best phones you can have to play PUBG Mobile, and I have to say I've tried it myself and I really like it. And the design though looks really cool. And on top of that, guys, we also have to thank our official live stream partner TikTok, hashtag #BeTheOne Challenge, and follow all our TikTok channels. PUBG Mobile page, PUBG Mobile, MY Official, esports.my, SG, as well as Philippines. There's a lot of us.
That's right. And of course, remember this, you could basically order dinner. It's about dinner time.
Oh yeah, it is.
And of course, you guys would like to scan that QR code that pops up on your screen whenever it happens for you to get a 50% off of your GrabFood order. So make sure you do that and insert the code PUBGM. Simple as that. Terms and condition applies though, so make sure you basically have a look at that. For now, I think Tash, we have to enjoy our own dinner too.
Exactly.
So we'll catch you guys in a few moments' time.
50% off GrabFood. Don't worry and don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys later.
เกมที่กอตตันนี่ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเองครับก็เลยตายก็ไม่อยากจะโม้รถหน่อยนะครับแต่ทีมผมก็คว้าไก่แรกของทัวร์นี้มาได้และอีก3 เกมที่เหลือก็ไม่ได้เอาเลยครับต้นเกมที่กอตตันนี่ตายไปก่อนนี่ก็ไม่ใช่ต่อที่ทีมอื่นหรอกนะอ่อนเองครับก็เลยตายฟินขอแต้มไปแบบฟินๆแล้วนะครับ
Memang sekarang kami lagi di bawah, tapi jangan lupa comeback PMPL ID kami kemarin. Buat tim-tim yang di atas, jangan senang dulu. Kami siap datang senggol posisi kalian.
Untuk kita, para tim Indonesia yang lagi berjuang, semangat dan jangan menyerah. Mari kita berjuang sama-sama untuk memberikan hasil yang terbaik bagi Indonesia.
Perjuangan kami masih panjang. Kami akan terus memberikan hasil yang terbaik. Support kalian semua masyarakat Indonesia akan terus bersama kami.
Buat para fans, tetap tenang. Liga masih panjang. Perubahan gaya bermain pasti akan kami lakukan. Kami pastikan kalian tidak akan kecewa dengan performa kami ke depannya. Dukung terus kami. #IndoPride.
Untuk tim yang main dekat week 2 nanti, korang hati-hati. Kita orang akan bantai semua. InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia.
Có vẻ như là các đội tuyển cũng như các fan hâm mộ Thái Lan đang khá hài lòng với kết quả của họ ở tuần thi đấu vừa rồi. Nhưng mà đừng ngủ quên trên chiến thắng nhé. Bởi vì chắc chắn tuần thi đấu tiếp theo các team Việt Nam sẽ quay trở lại cực kỳ mạnh mẽ và sẽ đem đến chiến thuật cũng như lối chơi mà khiến các bạn bất ngờ ấy.
Dear PUBG mobile players, welcome to the new version. In this video, let's take a look at the game's new and improved social system. In the new version, we've fully upgraded the gifting system. An even greater array of awesome gifts are now available. First, we've added popularity rankings and clout value. This measures an individual's generosity by how many gifts they send to other players. As a player's clout ranking increases, they'll unlock prestigious rank perks. Go see which of your friends is the most generous. In this update, we've added Guardian Gifts. Guardian Gifts last for a period of time. Once sent, the players form a Guardian relationship to reflect the significant connection between the players. There will be a dedicated ranking for Guardian duration. The gift wall is another new feature. After players receive gifts, the gift wall will display the progress of gifts received. When a player gets all the gifts of a particular theme, this will unlock a themed medal. Furthermore, in the new version, the player who sends the most gifts becomes a gift sponsor. A ton of new gifts have been added to the shop, including those with special effects. Go and buy a gift for your best friend. In this update, we have revamped the Synergy system. We have created a new Synergy Anniversary gift. During special anniversaries, players that have built connections will receive rewards via in-game mail. What's more, players that have built connections can obtain Synergy ranking rewards. We have added a Synergy recruitment system to help players post recruitment information and add friends. Go and recruit some friends. In this update, the number of friends a player can add has increased from 200 to 300. Friends can now be pinned to the list. In order to make it easier for players to use team reservations, we have lowered the threshold for making a friend reservation. The Synergy requirement has dropped from 50 to 5 points. In the new version, reservation info will still be displayed in the chat window. Players can send more kinds of invite messages and view the real-time status of reservations. At the same time, the in-game display for reservation requests is now clearer. Don't miss a reservation invitation from a friend. For Team Up Reservation Chat, we have added a quick chat feature to send Team Up reservations. This will allow players teaming up in the lobby to quickly send common messages. Try it for yourself. These are all the major improvements to the social systems in this update. There is more content for players to explore in the game. If you want to learn more, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Have you gotten your hands on the new weapons in Noosa yet? Let's start with the tactical crossbow and firebolts. Firebolts are a new type of bolt that can only be used with the tactical crossbow. Ordinary crossbows can only be used to ambush one enemy at a time, while the tactical crossbow and firebolts can set certain buildings on fire for blazing tactics. This is especially useful against enemies who are hiding inside. Next up is our highlight, the NS2000 shotgun. It uses 12-gauge shells when hip firing and shoots single-round slugs when aiming down sights. If you encounter an enemy at close range, don't bother aiming down the sight. Just take them down with one shot. Even if you're fighting alone in an urban area, you can easily wipe out all enemies by yourself at the tap of a button. You can also aim down sights and use the single-shot mechanics to easily eliminate enemies at a distance. Nusa is a small map, so the play zone shrinks really quickly. Not only is it important to offer exhilarating gunfights, exploring the map has to be fun too. That's why we prepared the quad for you. Climbing slopes is a piece of cake with the quad. Now, you don't have to avoid rocks anymore. Ignore the terrain and charge right up to enemies whenever you see them. They won't have the time to react after hearing you. The quad is fast and doesn't flip over easily. It doesn't matter even if it flips over, as it can recover quickly. Call your friends and try it now. Zip lines in the elevator can both be used to help move about. So what are the interesting ways to use them? Zip lines usually appear at places of high elevation, such as the roofs of buildings or at the top of a mountain, allowing players to quickly travel between them. Players can quickly search for supplies and escape the blue zone. When being pursued by enemies, a zipline can be used to quickly get away. It's even possible to drop from a zipline halfway through to catch enemies by surprise. Furthermore, ziplines can be destroyed. Players can use the zipline to quickly reach the other side, then destroy it to prevent enemies from giving chase. Damaged ziplines also make good locations for ambush, as enemies may try and repair them. The elevator can be found in the tallest building of Telepack Town. The elevator can be used to quickly go between different floors. In actual battle, players can use the elevator to quickly get to the roof and to intercept enemies that come up from the lower levels. It's even possible to hide in the elevator and wait for unsuspecting enemies to enter to score a surprise elimination. Ziplines in the elevator are sure to help players out in battle and create all kinds of unexpected situations. So play PUBG Mobile and try it out.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes. that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other two buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the first floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so the players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to Classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat because there are tons of random discounted items. So keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
GT Neo 3, Neo Speed Awakens.
welcome back. This is PMPL SEA Tashwani here alongside Contra, and we are your casters for today. We've seen already Map 1 and Map 2, Sanhok and Miramar, going into Map 3.
And of course, we've already had 2 chickeners all claimed by the Malaysian side. It's Geek Fam as well as Yoodo Alliance. Let's kickstart the day here with high-flying colors, but there are also plenty of great results from many of all the other squads out there. Let's of course fill you guys in if you guys may have missed out on some of the action as we've compared some of the best talents possible that are competing here in the Southeast Asia Championship. And it's Tony K that has been clinching a lot of all these points back to FaZe Clan. And on the opposite side, another Thai veteran squad of Bacon Time with 9 Noise challenging those numbers.
Bacon Time right now in terms of damage, 863 with 862 Yoodo Alliance Shamil, but Tony K almost double of what these two have with 1,237. And I have to say that I'm not surprised because Tony K played the front of the field, putting in all the bullets and all the damage.
That's right. And first, we're going to be taking a look at the upcoming match here as we dive into Miramar for the second time coming. This will be the last Miramar match of tonight as we have Group A, B, C, but well, sorry, I missed out on C. I need to miss out on C because A, B, D, E. Excuse me for that. But of course, that will also mean that we won't be able to see Ego Esports, FaZe Clan, NFT Esports, as well as Sem9 competing in this matchup. Now, that actually leaves a lot of room for all these teams to be able to play it a little bit more passively if they want to. The past matchup, oh my goodness, that was absolutely gruesome where we saw 15 teams all inside of that circle and nobody wants to give way. And first, it was just a tough tussle to fight for that #1 spot, and Yoodo Alliance have got that perfect area play and they stood their ground.
Okay, so for now, let's have a look at Nusa. So this is a very, very interesting map, a new one here, where you can also try out the brand new tactical crossbow. And it's a very interesting map, I have to say. It's very Indiana Jones-ish. It's very fun, very new, very fresh. So if you haven't tried it out, go and try it out right now in PUBG Mobile.
That's right, and there's so many cool gadgets that you could basically utilize and explore. I think one of the favorites that we've seen out of all these players is that they can basically burn down buildings with some of all these items in the game. But you should also check out the Clairvoyant Fox set as well as the Modest Fortune set. It's absolutely beautiful, and it's a little bit more of a grandeur that we offer here in this brand new set as compared to, you know, all the other cybernetic sets that we've seen in the past. I think for a change, yeah, this is classy.
We like all classy stuff, but let's have a look at another one that I feel is really pretty as well. The Spectral Swan set and Cosmic Inquisitor set. Now, out of both of these, I'm really a big fan of the Cosmic Inquisitor set because I feel like I like the whole astrology sort of like theme here. It looks very, very cool. But at the same time, the Swan set though, the color is just so mesmerizing. It's like a nice little teal blue that's just very, very eye-catching. You could actually get this.
That's what I want. I want to be
gold
in a map.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Eye-catching, so everyone can see you. So you can get it right now, the ultimate set, in the store itself. But don't forget, there's also one more thing here, 40,800 ringgit worth PMCC 2022.
That's right. If you guys are currently studying and you want to earn some extra dollars to pay off student loans, or you just want to get yourself, I don't know, a brand new smartphone from Realme or so, I think there's only one thing you have to do. Basically scan that QR code and register right now with your friends to stand a chance to qualify to the PMNC 2022. And that's basically the best way to start off as an aspiring pro player for yourself. But of course, we do have more Hot Wheels on your way with the collaboration with Basilius. With True Speed comes Real Attitude. It's the first original PUBG mobile sports car, and you don't want to miss out.
It's very, very nice colors, both for guys and girls, and I want it in real life, so you can go try it yourself. But for now, moving over to the next match, let's have a look at both our predictions. And this is a very exciting one, as I'm going to go for Boom Esports, and Contra is going to go for Bacon Time. So why Bacon Time? All
right, so Bacon Time have been able to show us that they can fend off against some of the top-level teams that are competing in the tournament thus far. It's just that the way that they've been approaching some of these rotations may not be the most optimal, but who could blame them when we look at how many teams were stacked up against them, right? So without the presence of FaZe Clan, I think like things would look to be a little bit more of a smoother cruise for the team. Same goes to Boom Esports, right? Like they've been doing relatively well. It's just that they couldn't close off those engagements that they got themselves into.
I feel like for Boom Esports right now, one of their biggest problems is just in terms of positioning. It feels like other teams are just have just a little bit of an aggression over them, where they're not able, they don't really kind of figure out where exactly this final fourth player is going to be, and they end up getting backstabbed in the back. Regardless though, moving into Miramar for the second time of today. So just now's match is relatively quiet early, and we start seeing, it was as though like everyone had this unspoken gentleman agreement where we're just neighbors for a while, no one attacks until we hit maybe circle 4 or 5.
And I think like circle 3 onwards, we've been able to have a glimpse of what was the whole grand picture of how Miramar would be set up. So that was a central area circle that's ended in Generalis. If it moves into its northern section or even its southern section, we'll see certain difficulties for the teams that have been rotating towards the top side heavily. So, but of course, with that being said, let's hop right into action in Miramar.
And here we are, round 2 of the day on Miramar for the third map though. And this is going to be exciting. It was a central circle, but imagine if the circle was toward Los Higos. Imagine if it's a southern circle. What if it's a prison circle?
Prison circle?
Yes.
I would say there's only like a 0.01% of a chance.
But I want it to happen.
All the way through. Well, you can only back for it, but we'll leave it down to how it plays it out overall.
The circle god.
I've always wanted that circle to be around Puerto Paraiso into the islands over on the far east side.
Has that ever happened?
It has happened in a couple seasons ago, but that was like a 1 out of 1,000 chance, right?
Yeah.
And I guess perhaps we'll see it throughout the course of the Southeast Asia Championship.
I wanted to say, if the circle goes to prison, I will legitimately go and, I don't know, do something that's a really low in probability because it might be like the chance of time for it to happen.
Like what?
Like
getting a boyfriend?
Oh! Oh!
Don't mean to hurt you that way. Anyways, personal relationships aside, we do have a lot of painful altercations that may go through. I know Cash may still suffer from emotional damage, but we want to see who could top the damage dealt by FaZe Clan. Tony K being the star marksman of the day.
No one's gonna top off that damage.
And of course, our dear producers have been rooting out for the Infinity, hoping to see them shine bright like a diamond. And speaking of which, Buriram United this time won't be challenged in South Impala. Now that Geek Fam has steered their way back into El Pozo.
They're like, just now didn't really work, so we're not doing that again. I'm glad that we learn from all our mistakes, just like you are about to learn from your mistake.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Mistakes I've made aplenty. Still learning. I guess like every other person as well, we're all humans, but looking from the Savior, it didn't seem like they were making too much of a mistake from the past couple of rounds that they played.
No.
In fact, they only played 1 round in the Miramar matchup and missed out on Sanhok with 1 game of a break that they've gotten themselves into. And the Savior hoping to save themselves out of that bottom of the standings as they start off on the first week, not with the best results, but I think many of these teams have been yielding great numbers as they go into the tournament.
They want to be their savior. Get it? The savior.
I guess you're absolutely right. Like, everybody have to be their savior.
Yes!
I can't nail it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, people. I'll try again.
Love it. Love it.
But
I think for this team, DBD, what can you tell me about them?
well, I could say that they don't break dreams, that's for sure. Ziggs, being their main marksman of the team, have shown up back in Sanhok. but has not been able to pull up bigger numbers in the past couple of rounds. But when it comes down to 4v4 skirmishes, they can even match up to the likes of FaZe Clan. And at times, back in the local league with NYSGPH, they can't even challenge Geek Fam for titles for chicken dinners. And more often than not, we see teams from Malaysia, namely Geek Fam, Yoodo Alliance, and of course DBD. They all have great strategies to be brought forward inside of Miramar, where early game, you don't get involved all too much. Geek Fam proved us wrong in the past match, and look where that ended up. Them taken out very early on, and I guess like for Geek Fam, they want a slow and steady approach to go deeper into the matchup with better opportunities for the standings. And you can scan that QR code if you guys want to participate in the campus championship. Only for students out there, so take your best shot.
You know what's really surprising for me? For Rivals. I think for a lot of seasons, I've been one of like their biggest fans. And I wouldn't say like they're like the hardest hitting teams out there where in terms of like, you know, getting up on top. They would always be, I think, toward the middle side of the ladder. By seeing them today all the way at the very bottom after two maps 0-0 still is honestly a shock for me. Because usually they are the type of team that would go back to the lobby with at least 2 to 3 points, 1 point at least. So seeing them knocked out early makes me wonder what exactly is not clinching for them this time? And what exactly is hindering them for performing the way they used to in previous leagues?
From what I've observed about Four Rivals is that they're a very momentum-based team. If they do get one good game, the rest of the day will look great for them. They start off on a bad note. They will try and try again. And
So it's a mental thing, huh?
yeah, I feel like confidence is a huge factor as to how well a team performs. When you have a great shot caller, but he's hesitant to make drastic measures in order to put your team forward, then that will basically pull your team back in such a way that there's nothing stopping you from going up against some of the best teams out here in Southeast Asia. And it's multiple times that we've seen Four Rivals played out. Before this, they were named as a different squad, of course. And it's also good to see like returning names like Buriram United. Like we saw early on, they
I
have taken out.
always get excited about seeing Buriram United.
Yeah.
They are a
Love
team.
their jerseys.
Yeah, their jerseys is number one, but number two, let's talk about their aggression. They're a very aggressive team, and I think for every single time the name Buriram United is mentioned toward any other team or maybe a caster, I think everyone can sort of put this sort of respect on them. The same kind of respect we see for FaZe.
You have to.
Yeah, you have to. They've been around for a long time. They've been consistent throughout so many seasons. It's honestly...
It's a great organization.
It really is. Throughout so many games, they're very, very confident in how they play throughout so many different titles. So they're honestly, at this point, an empire. And I honestly want to see them go really far. And today, we've seen them play aggressive. They come up on top. And I think that if anyone could give FaZe Clan a run for their money, it's going to be Buriram United.
It could be, on top of the many names that are also competing. Bacon Time today has some really interesting approaches to the matchup. We last saw them playing the healing game inside of Sanhok.
Love that.
Yeah, and now going back into Miramar, just want to see how they approach this one though, because we know them to take fights in a close proximity matchup. Long range though, I think that they do have firepower to offer, but in a long drawn out fight, it's really risky for the team. As for Infinity, I think that many of all these fans have been rooting for them because they have been the best team in Thailand for quite some time now, for about 2-3 seasons.
I wanted to say like a lot of fans root for them because their jerseys are hella cool.
Yeah, it's hella cool. I mean, they're not the only ones. Like, if we do get collection of jerseys, like, I mean,
Yeah,
we don't
Infinity.
ask much.
You know
We just
Infinity.
want shirts.
Yeah, man. You know where to find me in Contra.
Oh, yeah. Fox Gaming, though, starts off with First Blood.
That's great for them because right now they were sitting on 0 alongside 4 rivals, and seeing them actually break that point, I think that's actually what they need in terms of their mental. They need to break out of this mental where when you're on your third map
Like,
and you're still on
think
0.
out of the box?
Exactly. Yeah, they gotta think out of the box. They want to break out of that mental box where they're at 0, which is what I was trying to say here. Because sometimes when I think like a lot of people really underestimate the mindset coming into the game, going to game 2 or 3, and still having 0 points, trying to find that self-confidence again and overthinking, it can be so detrimental. Like I don't know if you remember this Cambodian team before that had the esports psychologist. And that's
Orange
a really
Esports?
not orange. It was the one with 0 in it.
Anchor?
Ah, yeah,
Anchor PUBG?
Anchor. Yes, Anchor. Having that psychologist is a great move for them because they can learn how to reset their mind for every single matchup or every single game is a whole new thing for them instead of bringing that baggage from the last map.
That's true. A little step goes a long way. TEM on the high ground has spotted out members out of box gaming. Now shot fired onto Sonda. Break. And looks like it's the legs that will be having a little bit of fix later on. He's still going to be alive. TEM unable to finish him up, but look at who's on the other side of the corner. Sip is just going to be able to seek his way out, but SOAS should be able to get the revives done.
Problem for them to get the revive. Not too sure what happened there as Box got the first blood as well. So I'm really curious to know like what exactly happened because Box is here and also TM not seeing that other player that they knocked out.
Indeed, and most often than not, this location in between the highways of Hacienda del Patron have always been the key area of control. And we're going to take a glimpse on how he managed to clip him off. My word. That was the first blood by Break as he takes off one member of the side of TEM off that buggy.
VPE was the one that they knocked out for first blood just
VPE.
now. Yeah, that's actually really big for them because we know how aggressive VPE can be. It's going to be a little bit easier, at least for some of the teams who are still breathing, to at least not have so much firepower just raining onto them. But for now, this is Buriram United going up against DBD. No damage dealt just yet, just stray grenades and bullets that's not quite hitting. So this is what I was talking about in terms of skirmishes, just small, tiny ones where no one is super committed to these fights because it's so early.
And of course, the angles don't seem to be optimal for either side.
They're moving away as well.
Committing to this, BRU took the smart and safest
They
measure.
took the high road.
And the rocky one at that. As my name P, not Contra.
Wow.
He's just gonna be moving off with Murado. Pretty hard to control on those high heels, but at least with the amount of speed that they could get, it gets easier. Tiger, the one that clutched it against Geek Fam though. I'm excited to see him go up against another team if they were to go close proximity again. As for now, BRU just hang around the outskirts of Junkyard while Boom Esports is going to do exactly the same.
Was it
Well,
Bobo who?
I've been reading it.
I thought it was Boo Hoo Hoo. Was this a Bobo
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah. So, yeah.
I thought it was
exactly
like boo hoo, like, you know, boo hoo, you're crying because I just crushed you. They're my predicted team. So I'm really kind of like,
Our jobs ain't that easy, right?
it's not easy because you're sitting so far away from the screen.
Ooh.
But speaking of far away, here's Infinity. Tani, he
Got
has
the Groza.
the Groza from Santa itself. Would you say it's from Santa, these care packages?
I'm not too sure if
I'm so
it's
excited for Christmas, man.
Santa, if you do have different beliefs, like it can be Tyson Ye,
So how do I say it?
God of Wealth,
Oh, okay.
God of Fortune.
TIL today.
I'm not even sure, you know, like it depends. You can believe it's from Santa or anything else.
But look at where D Xavier are. They have 3 people on the high ground with only Lamborghini down there. He has balls of steel being there right now.
Yeah, it's a really risky area that he's playing on.
He's not
While many
scared.
of these teams, they're already planted inside of St. Martin, and we're looking at Infinity here challenging the rights to the township. Well, I'm not too sure if they will charge taxes on top of that, but Appy, though, before Rivals, they're finally leaving water treatment as they've done looting from Cruz de Val. Moving from the north side should be relatively easy for them. as they've always have gotten that sort of access before rivals. Still looking for that momentum, as we've said early on. Hasn't found a single point throughout the day, and hoping to at least clinch a top 5 to make that fix.
Speaking of a Malaysian team, here's another Yoodo Alliance as they enter San Martin into the circle. I have to say that I'm really liking their rotation area. Relatively safe, but not for long, because Leo does get tagged by a member of the opposing team on their side. That's going to be Vampire Esports. So Vampire, we all know that they have lost one member earlier. So they have to be careful because they're down one man. Grenades, not going to hit anyone. As everyone just says, okay, we'll just wait. We'll just wait to see if the circle shifts. But here's Ravenclaw repositioning. And that's what Vampire Esports does best. Reposition and just try to get that flank from the backside. But look who's in front of him.
Oh, it's going to be Justice Dogma on the outskirts as well.
Their name
they do
is
have
so
the high
cool.
ground as well.
Genesis Dogma.
Or we could just say GD, GID.
GD,
Still a little bit of
GID.
mouthful.
Yeah, it is. But Genesis Dogma is pretty cool name.
Yeah. First, props to them as they've been able to make it to the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship for multiple times already. TEM, though, playing it a little bit passively while Echo being dropped by Kangzo. Buriram United hits back. And BRU, they're prowling upon them yet again. This is the second time that they've engaged in this scuffle. And Kangzo tapping onto them with the SKS and already popping some tires on the minivan. Not like it moves fast anyway, so they could basically ditch that. While
Any
Kangzo,
mobility gone is a good thing for them.
yeah, just wearing out all this utility is going to be so crucial for BRU to hinder some of these teams back. Cutting across from water treatment, now they will have a lot more safe area play. You don't have to worry about the north because it's going to be absolutely empty, but Alter Ego is on the other side of the hill, so that's something that they will have to look out for.
The North remembers. Here's a team that I was vouching for. Boom Esports. They want to make a boom. They haven't been able to do that today, but consistency-wise, they're pretty good. Not going to the lobby with 0 is a huge achievement in itself. And they really want to go to that area where I believe, I think it's AE in front of them. And that's their, honestly, when you think about these rotation ideas, one thing that's great about them is that when you're playing with another Indonesian team, you're definitely going to meet against them. But here comes Mika, already one member of GD out of the way.
I'm not too sure what he's doing in the middle of the highway, though.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
High boy.
Does he know?
The Malaysians about to lock horns, and it's going to be Prismy that will find another one in the back against Vampire Esports. Booms going down as well. Infinity, lock and loaded, challenging BN United. And Mela will be soaking up a little bit of a dash of grenade. He's going to toss one right inwards, though. Capone tries to trade off. 50% of health left on the side of Mela. Logan tries to recuperate as Max LV holding them for quite some time. And Infinity, they couldn't crack the code just yet.
Baonam taking their time as they tread these dangerous waters, which is Infinity. Resets does come through from Infinity. Mela going up to the second floor, trying to get some information as much as he can. They're trying to just find that information. The problem is when you're playing inside, you don't know where, but one player will be knocked out. That'll be Logan. Smoke's thrown out just to give a little bit of cover, but Max from the other side will be just spraying through the smoke to see if he can get someone. They're just right behind that wall. That one wall is just separating them both.
Prime the grenade so perfectly onto the corner of the wall, and now Infinity has to force their way to not only withdraw for the temporary measure, and they have to reposition. Muzi coming in from the far flanks, though, locking down Capone. He doesn't seem to have angles to even peek out. Now every one of the members of Infinity are pushing into the compound. Capone forced to pay attention to what's about to come from the lower end as a member has been knocked back. Noaz still getting the revives off. And he's just having a lot of trouble handling the pressure coming out of Mela. And there we go. BN United still opening their way through. And it's going to be Infinity that will get the numbers back.
Oh my god.
Goes for a jump shot. Coming from the back. Does get one. Into the Scar L. Onto the back of the wall. He gets one. And
oh my god.
The entirety of Infinity.
Capone.
And them shut off the match.
That was huge from Capone, seeing how he played that. Just coming in as a thorn in their side, I have to say. because of that reposition, a little bit too early to the shots, Kapoor was able to reposition, just catch them off guard. Not a good round for Infinity when you think about it. Regardless, we set our sights onto Geek Fam now. As look how many teams are in front of them. It's gonna be 4 rivals there. Smokes come out as well as grenades. Nothing quite hitting, but look at how aggressive they are. Straight into the building. Api on the top side here, primed and ready just to greet whoever that decides to run upstairs. But for now, the other one is outside. It's just distracting him, isn't he?
And they have to settle the scores real quick. Look at the circle. It shifts towards Box Gaming's direction instead. BRU will be climbing up the hills as well. Bacon Time has gotten the best time of their lives. Meanwhile, the Malaysian side will lock horns for quite some time here. Sonic 7 days finds one in the back, takes one member off of rivals, and boom, goes out yet again.
Very unfortunate. He didn't know that they were both on 2 sides there. As Boom will take 13th place. I feel like I might have cursed them a little, but look at the eliminations coming in from Brownam. It's so good right now, but 4 rivals is eliminating the members of Geek Fam. Not a great place to be. Geek Fam was the one who initiated the fight, and 4 rivals comes out on top with 4 points in their pocket.
It's a perfect defense coming in from 4 rivals, and this is their arrival and revival. Coming out from the gutter. 4 points secured, but there's still more to go. Smith from long distance on the red dot side. My goodness, so sharp on the M4 shots. Still seeking out for Schweppes, the member of Vampire Esports, struggling as he's the only one out of his team alive. In the middle of nowhere as well, Jacinda del Patron is just having a lot of guests checking into this township for the moment, while Voki, he's trying to seek it out before they dive into the center of the circle.
He is in trouble. One member nearly get knocked out. He is so very low right now. They are pushing up. It's a little bit hard for his teammates to actually reach him, as TM playing the very aggressive game does find him in the end, sending him straight back to the lobby. Kwang moving away right now. They have no choice but to retreat. They can't pick him up. They have to reposition, as the other members of TM, they're definitely on fire as they find one more member of SLB. For now, BAC on the other side, playing the third party. They're just making so much damage onto both teams.
Nine Noise, he's just holding the elevated areas of play. And there's no way of entry for the rest of the squads to basically cut through. TM struggling to make ends meet just by the corner of the circle while there's more tags coming the way. Smap trying to survive. He's hiding inside the smoke, still getting tagged though. Forces the first 8 kid. How much more can he take though?
Schweppes in trouble.
Down. While Bevy, he's outskirts. He's bleeding out to the blue zone. I don't think he has enough time. Watch out being far. And oh my goodness, Onsense finds that long shot, and he will take out Vampire Esports.
Speaking of that, Buriram United is the one getting out from 4 rivals. They got 2 members already. There's still 2 more to go.
Loki, the only one alive for 4 rivals. They can't even afford to go in for the revive.
Oh,
this
no,
Kangdo still rushing right in. They still couldn't get Loki though.
Where is
They're
he?
just being blinded, but they're pushing in. They will still shut off 4 rivals.
Oh, not a great situation to be in, but this time they do survive a while longer, as they do get 6th place with 5 eliminations. They're going to be very, very happy with that. We're now on the top 5 now.
5 teams remain. Each of these teams, other than DX, have more than 3 members to work with, so it's even odds for most of these squads. The Savior, we have to look at their positioning though. They could still sneak their way into a top 4 if they let the rest battle it out. And DRU just having that perfect game so far. AE, they're just crashing into the gates of DX, and they still manage to make the cut. While there's only 1 more to deal with inside the shack, Rabbis is cornered up. Barno! That's it!
That's a Kobe. For now, DX gonna get 2 eliminations, 5th place. It's gonna be so great for them. AE once again found in the same predicament as they get 5 eliminations, and they are dominating. They feel on fire. They want to go for bacon time, but they have to be careful. No clue where the other members are. But one of the members of AE does get blocked out there by bacon time, and here's Buriram United quickly repositioning themselves.
And Box Gaming having the best game of the week so far. Just having the perfect shelter here to defend while everyone else is trying to swarm in from all angles. Box Gaming trying to find a little bit more of a pickoff angle against Buriram United. They still have Kangzo to deal with over the top side of the hill, while Buriram United could still wrap it all around. Meanwhile, for AE,
Oh
they
my
will lose
God!
another one. Pombi gets out of the matchup, but they managed to trade back, securing one out of Bacon Time. And the battle between the two teams here, Thailand versus Indonesia, is on a standstill. They have a lot of smokes to work with, but they have to settle the scores real quick, as the end is 9.
Box now in trouble. You do see Kengzo from outside of the circle, making it so hard for them to move and reposition, being the information feeder. So now Buriram United knows exactly where to go, but Kengzo, it does get knocked out, and Trisme will be the one to knock him back to the lobby. They are running, but they're burning right now. They're being barbecued by the Molly. Sky only wants to push up forward right now. It's a little bit too open for him as they're using the terrain to their advantage.
And they're just coming with a clean sweep against the rest of the members of Box Gaming. They managed to still shut them all down, but Buriram United have been spotted out by the rest of the squad as well. Box Gaming tries to fend off, but that grenade won't do any more wonders. Buriram United makes it to the top 3.
Buriram United has to pick up his teammates, but here's Alter Ego. They want to go aggressive. They want to go to Bacon Time. They want to push up, but Bacon Time is very much ready. They do find one though, but now Fnatic is in trouble as the other members of Bacon Time will be able to not only get a knock, but revive his teammate.
He's got to do it quick though. There's no way he could save 9 Noise, and therefore, whatever he can get out of this, he just have to make the best out of whatever utils that they still have
Only
remaining.
2 members of EE.
And Potato, he has lasted so long, he's been knocked multiple times already. He's got 7 grenades to work with, and Isis prioritized on saving the life of 9 Noise at the very least. Bacon Time now still have 3 members to work with. If they do get this clean sweep against Alter Ego, they can challenge Buriram United.
I'm really liking how Buriram is playing this. They have so much control of the circle. They don't need to take the fights if they don't want to either. They can just play the third party. Yeah, they're just waiting it out. They already have all the points they need. They were aggressive early, so now they can just be the third party if they want to. Just potentially just playing it safe, getting the third party and just picking up the points so that no one else can. Stealing, basically, is the name of the game.
That's right. Or they could basically just wait till everything's all settled down, while Buriram United will have the advantage of the circle upon them.
But they don't
Alter
have
Ego, you're on the outskirts, and they will be picked up by Sky only.
They didn't know that Sky was over there. Play the backstab, no issue, but there's no follow-up. He wants to remain as hidden as possible. Now, because they have full control of the circle, plus the lower ground is giving them a little bit of cover, it's a little bit hard to find those angles to fight back. But Bacon Time, they want to push up toward Alter Ego. They don't want to allow that reset to happen, but it's a crossfire here. It's going to come from both sides. Potato does go down eventually, but Tiger from the other side, he still gets one, sends him straight to the lobby. Alter Ego not in a good spot. There's only 1 player left. He's so very low, but they have 10 eliminations already.
7 for Bacon Time as well. They still have a chance. They spot out Potato. That's the last of Alter Ego. And now going on for the Tiger, that's basically crouching, or I would say proning instead. He's got the ghillie suit, a little harder for Bacon Time to spot them out. But the pigs ain't in the bank as well. Z-Sky only does have a hint of an idea of the whereabouts of the remaining members of Bacon Time. This standstill won't last for long. Look at the circumference of the circle. It's not giving much room for Bacon Time. They're pushing outwards.
Oh my god, that spray comes through from Sky. Does get a lot of damage. Finally knocks up 1. There's still 1 more to do. Bacon is 2 not quite surviving, but it's going to be seized by Buriram United. Comes up on top. Winner, winner. Chicken dinner for them.
Beautiful work from Buriram United as they moved in from Impala all the way up north to sweep everyone else under the rug and claim themselves the chicken dinner of their own. The first one for Thailand for today as they're looking to tie the numbers against the Malaysian squads. Kudos on all these 4 members for working all together. We've seen the culmination of ideas being set into place. Just look at how skillful they are swarming into all these close quarters, and they've been able to not only hold the compound, but to make sure that nobody infiltrates. In essence, like you saw, Alter Ego was there for the challenge, and for Buriram United, they've already got the circle's advantage, and all the other teams that came close didn't stand a chance. And we look back into some of all these fights, the fight between BN United as well as Infinity. We thought that Infinity could actually yield some results, but they all crumble with so much of all these tenacity shown by BN.
I think what's really surprising here is that the teams that previously did so well earlier in the day are finally going down as we start seeing some other teams just find their momentum, especially for teams from Buriram United, on how, in terms of how they play, trigger discipline is very important, right? They only shoot at the right possible moment. Even if someone was passing through and passing by, the information fed, especially by Kengzo, who was waiting inside the blue zone, has been phenomenal for them. Where you know that one player is able to just take all that damage just to feed the information to the teammates. And I think that's what Buriram United is going for. Information over firepower has been the name of the game.
Yeah, and on top of this is just great trigger discipline as well as understanding of how to close off matches where you take majority of the circle and you'll understand, sure, you can actually go in to secure more of these points to close out the round. But if you want more points, get the 15 pointers from the chicken dinner itself and you don't have anything else to worry about. Bacon Time fought their hardest just to try to make it out of that really difficult situation that they were put into because of that long drawn-out fight with Alter Ego. And they did manage to even get much utility to work with and still secure second place. I think things are working out very well for the Thai squads.
I think for Box, what's really great for them is how the start of the day was extremely rough. They were actually tied with 4 rivals on 0. But this particular match for them has been phenomenal. Because not only they were just playing for survival games, they were only fighting fights that they have to fight, giving them 11 points. But on the plus side, now looking at Buriram United with the 12 elims and 15 points, giving them 27, not the highest points or score of the day, but it's going to be great for them as they know that they can maintain where they are on the ladder. So that Bacon Time has been good as well.
Yeah, I would expect Buriram United to make it into the top 5 by the end of the counter of scores when we hit into the overall standings. But Z-Sky Only is the name that we've been seeing throughout this entire matchup itself, that he's been contributing so much in this fight. Sure, he's a master in close quarter combat, but when it comes down to contributions, we saw he's utilizing all these sort of resources so well, where we saw a push coming up those hills that has been deterred by the smart usage of smoke grenades, molotovs, and much more.
I really wanted to add as well, for C-Sky Only, what's great about him is that he is not scared to take up space. He's not scared to play at the very forefront. You saw his sprays because they're just so close, he can take 2 different people at the same time. And that's been so great because his team, he trusts his team to give him the space as well as the support.
Now, take a look at this. Buriram United, after winning that chicken dinner, they make their way into the top 5 as we've expected them to have done so. 32 points is where they're at. Right above them is Bacon Time that did achieve a top 2 finish. And Alter Ego, lo and behold, they have quietly rise up to the top. And they weren't all too flashy. They don't have the highest of eliminations, but look at where they go. They steadily accumulate points heading into every matchup. And that's one way to make it without the chicken dinner.
I think coming into from trends from previous seasons, when you look at 4 rivals, when you look at Geek Fam, the type of teams that can really get those high frags and high points on one map, and the next they go back with 0. This is why I talk about the penduluming effect. Because when you're getting so many points on one round and no points at all on another, it kind of puts you in a situation where you go up and down. But in those situations where you maybe get unlucky, this is going to be a problem regardless. But let's have a look at that map again where we started off, where I would say that the flight path was actually pretty good this time around, where everyone got where they needed to be. But in terms of rotations, I would say that the rotations were still quite far, especially from Buriram United. 11,000 is the furthest they've gone, and I think this is great because they were actively looking for eliminations.
That's true, and on top of that, when you're also playing from the outskirts, you get a safer passage knowing that there's no other teams coming in from the back. And they've always approached this heading into the far corners of the circle instead. And that has given them a lot of safety net until they get to where they need to be, which was heading into phase 6 onwards. They start to pick up more and more of these fights that has been able to favor them from the elevated angles. We saw just as Dogma being clumped into a small little shack out in the middle of the open, and there's not much that they can basically do when that circle shifts overall. But what has impressed me is that Alter Ego, despite playing from some of all these open grounds, they could easily be picked off by teams like the savior, which they instead took that battle. Look at Potato. He came in from the furthest flank with a buggy, joins in late, and still won that fight up front. And it came down to this scenario where Buriram United were patient enough to wait for both Vacant Time as well as Alter Ego to wear each other out and then close out the match.
I was trying to say that in terms of Potato coming in late was more of like, I think what they were planning on was coming in from 2 different areas, and then suddenly they were like, oh, check this fight, and then I was like, dude, why didn't you tell me this? I'm a little bit too late now. Regardless, I really do give props for Alter Ego. I think this particular map has been one of their more aggressive maps. I wouldn't say like they're very flashy in their plays or super ultra aggressive, but they do know when is the right time to be aggressive, as opposed to Buriram United, where I think at the end of the day when they're like, oh, we already have circle, there's no need for us to overextend, we already had all the points and eliminations that we need as well. So this is what I was talking about in terms of the golden goose and the golden egg. What would you rather have? Do you want the goose or do you want an egg? Egg means like you have to go into a fight, high risk, high reward, you may or may not make it out alive. But
Get
as for
as much
Buriram,
eggs as you can get.
Exactly.
Well,
get the goose.
I think it's chicken eggs because you want to make chicken dinners, right? Not goose dinners.
Oh yeah. So
Right,
okay.
right.
But the golden chicken egg, or you want the golden chicken per se. And I think Buriram United has the right mindset on how exactly to approach these fights. Regardless, here are the head-to-heads. Gonna look at Sea Sky Only versus Fnatic. And I want to say that for Sea Sky Only, his aggression playing in front is fun to see, but so is Fnatic's. I think that they have a very similar playstyle where Fnatic, he's always the first one to just crash onto the side and be running straight inside with Potato by his side.
That's right, and Fnatic so far has been the supplementary role towards the entirety of the squad. Not to say that he's playing a subsidiary role overall, like he is literally the backbone of the team in the entire matchup, as he's been able to keep Potato alive on top of it all. Now, we're going to be moving into Erangel shortly in a couple of minutes, but these are the teams that we will have to keep an eye out for. NFT, which we have seen putting a lot of huge numbers back for the Indonesian side, has been having equal amount of elimination points as well as ranking points, so expect them to move into the top 5 with certain ease. TEM, man, what can I say about this team? If you want them to play ultra defensive, they can do so. On the offense, they look like the team that can beat everybody on a good day. But is today the day that they could basically land a chicken dinner? We've already have Buriram United taking that chicken dinner from Group A. Let's see who else from Group A could basically match up. As Group B will be taking a rest, so we won't be seeing any members out of the Infinity, the N United, Alter Ego, as well as Yoodo Alliance.
Yoodo Alliance's acronym is very funny. Y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all.
Y'all are great.
Y'all great,
Especially
man.
those of you guys watching right now. First, make sure you click that follow button or even subscribe if you guys are on each respective platform. We do appreciate all of you guys out here staying put through the evening. Joining me here is Hash Bunny, and of course, the name's Contra. So far, I think like we've had a lot of high tempo plays.
Yeah.
This matchup, despite it not being as aggressive as the first Miramar matchup, you have see clearly the tactical approaches of each respective members, and I just want to get more of that as we hit into Angle later. But we do have something coming up for those of you guys who love to play PUBG Mobile day in, day out, and we are finally getting our collaboration with Bobo Boy.
I think what's really great about Bobo Boy, especially for the Malaysian fans, is that Bobo Boy is such an icon when it comes to the animation here, and to have Bobo Boy actually meet up with PUBG Mobile it just speaks volumes about the show in itself. You have to watch it.
Yeah, I watched it when I was a little younger.
You
now
have to watch it now.
Sure, if I do have that time. Even my friends from Indonesia, they love the show.
Yeah.
So, of course, other than that, you can check out Rabu Padu, the Phase 2 have begun, where you can play with your friends and get yourself some goods. Hashtag Rabu Padu, menang selalu. And of course, while playing all together, you can just accumulate all these coupon crates and get yourself free skins, free items. You can get that lilac attack like Mr. Unknown here, shining bright.
Like a diamond. I can't help it. But yeah, classic coupon crate for you guys, all only on Wednesdays. They don't wear pink, they wear lilac. That will be the right way to do. So that's phase 2 for you guys. So now moving on, we're gonna go to our classic map again. And I'm really liking this because sometimes when you go back to basics, you see a different side of gameplay as well as mindset as well. And I think what I'm really excited about like Group B resting is that we're starting to see maybe other teams can go a little bit more aggressive. Because as we know, I think Group B has been like the teams to kind of like ruin hopes and dreams.
That's true, and when we have a glimpse of all the other names out there that hasn't got a chicken dinner, I'm rooting for teams hailing from the Vietnamese region because...
I thought Thailand.
Thailand, sure, they've been winning week 1. I feel like somebody's got to take the bait in right now. Snatch it away from them, you know?
Yeah.
Like, BN United's looking good. The Savior has been trying their hardest. They still managed to get high frags per round. Ego Esports was taking a rest on that previous matchup, and therefore heading into this upcoming game, they might be fully recharged, and let's see what they could possibly do. And I'm hoping to eventually see ShineLikeDiamond to get a chicken dinner of their own. I don't think we've seen that as of yet, but in the first Mirror matchup, they made it into the top 5. That's good on it.
I think what's really interesting is about how each team takes these break times, because some teams, they really run on that momentum. We've seen it come from Geek Fam. We've seen it come from, as you mentioned before, 4 Rivals, if they have a good start. So now coming back into this, with some of these teams like Infinity, BN, AE, and Yoodo Alliance, are they able to keep that heat going on as we move into the last match later? Regardless, I'm really curious to know or see what 2E has to wants to do with this, because as I mentioned before, when they didn't get any points at Sanhok, we saw them come back really strong on the second map. And I'm wondering if that momentum can still kind of propel them forward. Because as we know, even though 2E doesn't have the chicken dinner, they're the type of team, they're just like FaZe, they're just like Buriram United, that is always consistently gaining those points. They're not a little bit too, I would say, too aggressive at getting as many points as possible, and maybe kind of like penduluming into 0. But let's have a look at our predictions right now, and this is mine. You have the Xavier from this guy, and from me, I'm gonna go to FaZe. FaZe hasn't gotten a chicken dinner today, but they have been very consistent.
Yeah, I guess like there were certain matches that they did have a little bit of a fallout when it comes down to their approaches of playing aggressive, finding flank angles, and relying on Tony K to shred everybody out there. But once they
Tony, go kill!
Yep, that's basically the quote, right? Tony, go, go, go.
Yeah.
He's allowed that freedom, but sometimes too much freedom may not be all too good. I think like if he has a little bit more control, he should be able to find enough spacing for FaZe Clan to make it to the top 1. I think I've already explained for the Vietnamese region overall, but now that we're zooming into the Savior, they have been champions of Southeast Asia at one point in time. And of course, now trying to get themselves back into the groove seems to be a little bit more difficult, especially with so many top guns out here just vying and hungry for that #1 spot heading into week 2. So our first matchup of Erangel definitely will be exciting. Sure, I'm not going to make any sort of prediction.
I want SMB circle.
Everybody wants SMB. I'm hoping for Kameski circle.
Kameski?
Haven't really seen Kameski.
I don't think we've seen a Primor circle either, honestly.
Zarki. How about that?
You know what?
No love for Zarki.
You know what? I don't think we've seen a Milta Power circle either.
Yeah. Milta Power.
I think my favorite circle was at Rozok.
Rozok. Yeah, definitely a challenging area, but I really want to highlight that all these teams that are fighting out here are some of the best in the world. Currently in Southeast Asia, duking it all out for that 5 spot heading into the championship. Globally, of course, we'll have to find out who is the best. This is week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship, and it begins in Erangel here as we kick things off in high fashion.
Here we are once again. Erangel is the okay, I had to start it with the song. But anyways, Erangel.
Your age is showing from the song choices that you've been making.
We don't talk about that. We'll talk about that next week.
But hey, good genre though. Love it.
But not really liking this fight path as it goes from the quarry all the way up to Stalber. So those wanting to go to Lipovka, Milta Power not gonna have a good time as they try to get some vehicles early, perhaps to run over to the other side,
Still
or
very decent drops though,
Yeah,
especially
still.
for Vampire Esports to get direct access into Fremont. This is going to be pretty interesting to see how things will develop
I
with
feel
them
like-
getting early loot.
I wanted to say that a lot. I'm guessing a lot of people might go to Georgia Fall just because there's a lot of vehicles.
Food for thought. I think that could possibly be it as well. Geek Fam, back in their local league, they've been playing around the hospital grounds as well as Georgia Pole.
Yeah.
But they have given way since FaZe Clan as well as Bacon Time has always been lurking around that region. You don't want to be locking horns against some of the top guns of Thailand so early, and therefore they've taken over areas like Very Pure and sometimes even Quarry if they do have a little bit more room. DBD has been taking some sections of Gatka as well from that Quarry section. So there's a lot of close proximity action that we will expect from the area play, and sure enough, we're gonna get even more around that region of Gatka. But teams though, that are all the way on the outskirts, I think one of the hindrance for Boom Esports, or should I just say Boom? They've been rebranded, of course. So Boom, they've always approached things really, really slowly from afar, and it has not paid off yet.
I wanted to ask you if you were a fan of Boom. I mean, I am a huge fan of Boom.
Mm-hmm.
I've been calling myself a boomer.
You are a boomer.
Oh.
You brought it upon yourself, right?
I mean, to be fair, I tweeted at them and they said, "What do you call Boom Esports?" They said beasts, and I said, "Why not boomers?" And they're like, "Boom beasts."
Boom beast.
Boom beasts. Yeah, their Twitter. You should follow their Twitter. Their Twitter is hilarious.
They're fun.
They're
They're
a
a
fun
fun bunch. This is a whole lot of fun as well. Maybe not so much for Geek Fam. A lot of shred coming out, and
Wait,
we've
are
seen,
they gonna chase them?
Nah.
I was hoping
Very
for.
unlikely.
I was hoping for some GTA action here.
Well, hopefully not. No cars being stolen away. Everyone's gonna get one of their own at the very least. But the Geeks are heading into the middle base, and getting first dips just to quickly loot off from is gonna be vital, as they expect no other teams except for NFT to be within the island. But NFT ain't gonna be mining coins nor even stuff, because news to us is that we will have to restart around due to technical difficulties faced by the players themselves, and therefore we will have to restart this matchup. So let's get our goal for Take 2 while you chill out with Tash and Contra.
I wish that we have a clapper. Like,
A
cut!
clapper?
Cut! No. Cut the camera, guys.
We need a guy to run in though. Like, it's inconvenient.
No,
You're
I
asking for too much, Tash.
Listen, we all have standards.
Yes.
This is mine.
I've never dropped it,
Wow!
so I can't relate.
wow. Okay, so coming back into that, I think
Yeah.
this is a good thing, because for some players, they probably weren't too happy with that flight path anyway, so
Mhm.
this could be a redemption arc. Whether or not the pilot this time would be nicer to give us a nice cut through the middle so everyone can be happy.
I think that flight path was as decent as it could be.
It's alright, but
Sure.
it could be better. But you know what I was kind of hoping with
You know
that
what
kind
would
of
be
flight path?
better? Just be a melee base flight, nothing up north.
Yes!
I was seeing that before a couple of times. So the sort of access that you can get out of that flight path is every township on the southern side. Maybe the furthest stretch into Pachinki, sure. But you will force teams to fight for every single vehicle
And
or
then-
drop into the middle base.
And then if, say, they do get a vehicle, you see some roadkill happening. It's like something we see in Malaysia like all the
projections like, oh, we're trying to map out possibilities. But of course, it's not always going to be the case. But it's fun to always imagine like what could have been. But I'm trying to imagine possibilities for teams that have been struggling for a tad bit, right? Box Gaming on that past round, they've managed to recuperate at the very least.
It's a great, I would say, recovery for
Yeah,
them.
but it's just a bandit. It's not really a clear fix to some of the issues that they've been having, namely their rotations to start off with on bigger maps. At least in Erangel, where everyone's so familiar with this matchup, it has been a little bit more of a no-show from the team in terms of aggression, and I want to see more of that, because we saw Break did quite a plenty back in Dogma.
I think what's really good as well is talk about recovery in general. I mean, I think a lot of times we talk about recovery in between every single map or a match. But I think some of the teams that we should talk about in terms of recovery has been Geek Fam, especially on map number 1. They lost Damroot so early, but their recovery in terms of mental has been great, where they managed to get chicken dinner with just 3 people. I think D Xavier as well has a good recovery, even though managing to get maybe top 5 with just 2 players. FaZe Clan has also been great. Infinity as well, I have to say, because their mindset, even though they're down 1 man, they're still able to play as aggressively like normal, even though they lack the firepower.
Yeah, but then again, you look at the Infinity, this is still considered a dip of performance compared to the team that we've seen in the past championship, where recently they won the PMRC. So there's high expectations set upon this high squad where, oh, they just won like one of the biggest championships against the best teams out of PEL. Like, it's a huge statement where they actually beaten Nova Esports.
Yeah.
So I guess like there's always this sort of, how would I put it? When you have won something, you feel like you're on top of the world and you think that nothing can stop you. And in a way, the universe doesn't work according to what you expect it to be.
I think for Infinity, their aggressive play is just getting countered over and over. And when...
That's also because they just go on this no holds barred kind of style.
Yes.
Which you can predict it if you do it 100 times over.
Yes, I think like what the problem is that a lot of teams, especially if they're inside a compound, they already have 1 player outside on a high ground or a little bit further off, which means that they're able to flank and catch them off guard from behind. And how many times has that happened to Infinity? And I'm really hoping for Infinity, like if they want to go and crash a compound, it's fine. But I think this applies to all teams who like to play crashing, and is to leave 1 player outside just to keep a lookout so you don't get caught off guard. And I feel like it happens a lot to these kind of teams, because when you are rushing in like that, you tend to tunnel vision and you need that 1 information gatherer. And I think when it comes to Buriram United, they've done it pretty well the way they come into compound. I think Alter Ego has been pretty great as well in terms of how they initiate fights and continue it.
Yeah, circling back into the Infinity, I really want to dissect this, because we look at what exactly is the core issue, where they require Newsy to be activated, just like how Tony K gets activated, right? And when these conditions are not met, they don't seem to have as astounding as of a round that they would have expected, and therefore you would require players like Logan to always be on that babysitting duty, like it or not.
Yeah.
So it kind of sucked, but like you gotta make do with what you possibly can pull up.
I was going to ask you a question here. Would you say that they're relying too much on Newsy to make things happen?
Over reliance on him, maybe not so. I still think that overall it's a team that has been able to hold their ground. I think like other than Newsy, Mela has always been the one that has supplemented all this numbers in terms of damage.
He's great on the grenades.
Exactly, and I feel like it's a culmination of all sorts, and therefore we see where not can the Infinity get back into the thick of things. And of course, TEM is another team that we've not seen the chicken dinner from for today, but have been able to at least make it to top 5 for once or twice at the very least.
I like TM's playstyle, how they go aggressive. It's like 1 knock is the requirement for them in order to push forward. And even though, I mean, like they don't really know where exactly these players can be, but this high risk, high reward play has been so great for them. Regardless, round 2, as we go into a wrangle, let's see where this circle will go and where the flight path will be. So let's start off with a high note.
It's Take 2 in action here in Week 2, Day 1. As we dive into match 4 in the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. This time, the flight path will take us through the northern sector of the map, clear access into Zarki, a township that nobody really favors, unfortunately. But it's a great news for some teams that would love to move into Georgia Pole as well as Severny, as this gives them direct access into those townships, as well as areas like Rozak, School, and Novo Repnoy, also within reach as well. Therefore, we see some alternative plans coming out of Vampire Esports, as they will be the one that will be moving into the top northwest section of the map. while FaZe Clan as well as Vacant Time will expect them to be in Purgatory as well as Hospital Grounds for the moment. So far, all looking pretty sharp. No casualties to be expected in the early game for now. But as they float by into respective grounds, it seems like there might just be a little bit of altercation around the grounds of Pachinki, right in the center of the map. Box Gaming, SLD may just actually band off against one another to secure some vehicles, while NFT gets that direct access into the island. The only team to do so, and we see a split going on to kick things off.
I hope that the circle goes down to SMB. Please, I begged for it. But it has to happen. Give me my early birthday gift in the form of a circle.
Sometimes begging
SMB.
too much won't get
Whoa,
what we
whoa,
want.
whoa. That hit me personal. That's too much, bro.
I don't mean to strike the chord or so, but oh, look at who's about to be struck down. Blue Esports goes in for a little bit of challenge by the factories of Milta Power, and my goodness, it's Geek Fam hot dropping onto them instead. Octa steps into play, immediately gets shot. Micah with an S12K straight into the body, and that's first blood from the ace of Geek Fam.
We love an aggressive Geek Fam. When they start off good, they will just keep going on fire all the way till the end. And I have to say this about a lot of Malaysian teams, honestly. Very, very momentum-based. Regardless, they're going to take that 1 point. And Boom Esports, they're just going to be like, yeah, we'll see you later. Never alligator. Sorry about that.
No worries. I mean, it's smart of Geek Fam to have all their members dropping into the factory grounds because it offers plenty of loots. And you just basically outnumber them regardless of whatever weaponry these members of the opposing side could basically offer. And boom, once again, start off on the back foot. And there's basically no answer for them for the time being. Namshin of Ego Esports and the rest of the squad has taken over 70. And what I really do love about 70 is that this area of township is so secluded from everywhere else. It's not an island, but it's a quiet town. Everywhere around the region is surrounded by hills. Maybe there might just be challenges from shooting range, but
Is that where you want to retire to? Somewhere quiet with hills?
I'm not old enough yet. I know my hair may look a little gray or blonde, but it's not time yet.
Oh man, look at that. We have a drive-by here from Geek Fam as the members of Boom Esports. No shots coming through. As Snipes does eventually find Yummy though in the end.
Nom, nom,
That
nom.
was not so yummy, I have to say.
I'm not too sure. I don't know how
Oh,
that
wait, it might
tastes
be
like.
yummy for Geek Fam though. They're like, yes, a point, very yummy.
Yeah, the Geeks managing to dissect their opponents on the outskirts of Milta. And slowly picking up the pieces here, but GID having Allen driving into the middle of the box territory. And I'm not even sure if they can manage to find a way to call the bunker.
Oh my god, they are!
They don't have loots?
They
Boom.
want to chase the beast and they're shooting out toward them. No shots hit. As Boom Esports, they're just like, come on, leave us alone.
Forget
Not
it.
gonna happen because they do knock one out of the way. Now, Bobo, who I would say just trying to just meet up with his teammates. I think that will be the end of one member of Boom. As the rest, they'll be taking a dip in the water.
The rest, you mean the Lone Ranger would just have to have a little bit more of a
Wait, can
Michael
they
Phelps
see
moment.
him up there?
A
Yeah,
little
he
difficult,
has
but
to
they
resurface
definitely
eventually.
know. They know where he's at. Sure, he has ditched the buggy. There's only one place to be, and that's the waters. He's
How far can
straying
he swim?
further and further, not from his maker, unless if the maker is Geek Fam.
He's like, not today, Zerg. Not today, as Geek Fam was gonna be happy.
Take a breather there. You can do it, Bobo.
He's
Oh, there's a boat. Yuhai's got some ideas.
Oh, he knows.
Is it gonna be? He's gonna break it.
No,
Is he?
he's trying to find out. I think he is gonna go eventually.
They won
but-
at one
No,
point real bad.
Bobo is not going at all to there. He's just
I
saying,
want to have a look at the minimap to know
I
whether
really
the
wanna
first zone will be
see.
closing up shortly because
I don't think he's coming back. He's just gonna keep swimming all the way to the next map. By the time he's done swimming, it's gonna be all the way at Miramar at this point. Make it Sanhok. You know what? He's just gonna swim all the way to Sanhok.
maybe. Or the uncharted territories of...
I think he spotted him.
Oh,
I think he
yeah.
spotted him. Oh,
He sees a glimpse?
He sees a fish out of water. A bobo out of
I don't know why
water.
we're all too excited for this because like we know how this is gonna end. But it really sucks to be in that position.
You know, there's a song. She's a runner. She's a track star. Well, he's a swimmer. He's a track star.
Track star. I don't know
What do you
about
call a
that one
swimmer?
though.
What do you call a swimmer? Michael Phelps.
Yeah, I just ate Michael Phelps earlier.
Oh yeah, sure. Wow, he is so good. He has to come out eventually. Yes, he's taking a lot of damage there, and I feel Yuhai is just like, I want this
He's
guy
from Singapore.
in
He's
my
Joseph
pocket.
Schooling.
Wow,
Yeah,
really?
but he's the one getting schooled right now.
They're spending
That's
a
for
lot
sure.
of time on it.
Even so, like, try as they may, they're just wasting resources. Like, give this point.
They're wasting a lot
Let
of
this
time
point slide.
here.
Just
They
just
can-
give him
Exactly.
some breathing space. Come on, man.
Wow,
He
is...
suffered enough.
Look at this. He's doing freestyles.
Backstrokes?
Backstrokes now? Oh, where is this?
Breaststrokes?
Where did he swim to? Where is that?
The islands.
Where-
Oh, he got it!
in the end!
Snipes!
Well, I
Aced
like this
them
name.
out.
I'm gonna have to ask Boom Esports later. Like, Boom, how long did Bobohu learn to swim? How is he so good at it?
I think the best is not to ask. I think he gave us the answer. He gave us the answer.
That's pretty far out.
7
Huh?
minutes, 45 seconds.
Wow, that was 7 minutes and he swam out.
Actually, a little shorter, but...
Okay, I'll say 5
Anyways, as we go back into the program, we finally see some more action going on. VPE takes on Ego Esports, and they will find one in the form of FDMT. And Sem9 have been quiet tigers for today. Game 1 start off well. After that, haven't seen too much out of the Malaysian veterans. But with a roster like this, they have been well respected across the Southeast Asia region. They have been through multiple international tournaments previously. Vampire Esports, despite them being revered as one of the top teams of Thailand, today
Quiet day for them.
it's been rough.
There's a reason why. It's daytime in the game.
Right. Equip yourself with garlic and you'll be absolutely fine. Hey, I've never seen that gas station before.
Ah, so that's where he swam all the way out.
Actually, it's not too bad of an idea when you take a look at the first phase.
I think he was trying to swim toward Novoripnoye.
Yeah, and Geek Fam wasn't really giving him any laps to do so.
This is a rough circle.
And to my surprise, NFT leaves Novo absolutely open, and they are actually playing a really aggressive approach. I want to see bridge cams going on, and with the update on the bridge, it's a little bit more difficult to do, but you could basically lurk around that.
The underside.
Yeah. And now with a lot of teams coming from the north, we're about to see Helter Skelter on that eastern side of the bridge, and therefore other teams are looking for alternatives to get into the Sonoska Island.
Yeah, you don't want to cross the bridge trolls.
They have to pay
They have to pay the toll with their life.
heavy toll.
Yeah, with their life.
Maybe not.
They might get blown up too. I mean, to be fair, they can
They
just
pay
go
in blood.
underneath. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think if, say, the circle does become a bridge circle, we're going to be seeing probably 4 teams on the bridge. 1 on...
And many of them in the waters.
Yeah, many of them in the
Oh,
waters,
Yuhai
but
though.
now Yuhai's in trouble. Oh,
He
this is karma.
survives?
This is karma. This is karma for the bully. They get to Boom. As now C-Sky only... Oh, he takes a lot of... Oh, no, that's
Refrag.
karma for C-Sky, actually. It's a karma on karma.
They're so sharp.
They
it's
really are.
ridiculous.
It is.
And now, the MVP of the past matchup.
Oh, they
have
ran him
fallen.
over! Bro,
savages.
That's too savage, man.
Oh, Geek Fam. They're having a lot of fun in this matchup, already securing 5 points. And compared to everybody else, they're just starting off with ground zero VPE as well as Bacon Time. They did have 1, And count another one for 7-9. They managed to pick one off of Ego Esports. Driving across, trying to swerve across the way. Has a little bit of cover ground, but then again, Tuan trying to save his fallen teammate as Namshin. Find it hard to find cover. TEM on the outskirts, trying to be the third party to fend off against 7-9 as well. So it is a really tough scenario here for all these three teams and anyone who passed by the corners of farm.
One really interesting thing that I really like seeing right now is how 7-9 is a little bit more proactive when it comes to these fights. Earlier, it felt like they were just waiting. And now seeing Putra taking the first shots is, even though he didn't get a knock out of that, it's been huge for him because he could have been. And it just puts them further in terms of the presence on the map itself. Regardless, for Vampire, I really want to see more for them. I mean, back in last season, every time on Sanhok, we'd see them play I would say the Circle Guardians, the Gatekeepers, always playing at the side, trying to get as many points as they can. But it seems like this time, I think as teams start to get better, they sort of struggle to just find that positioning. Speaking of that, it's going to be Schweppes with the first tag onto the member of 2E, but you're not going to get any value out of that.
Just a little bit of wear and tear, not too much to be worried about for Eagle Esports. Meanwhile, for Rivals, though, getting flushed away. They tried to take over DX's territory, but they say, nope, the pure is mine. Frankie just having a little bit more of an area of play, which would give advantage to the entire squad.
No!
Everybody's got to cut across now, so this is going to be pretty rough for everyone else on the northern
Contra.
shore.
My begging worked.
I guess so.
My begging worked, Contra!
I'm glad. So, we make more predictions, Tash, for the upcoming rounds. Oh, look at BRU. They're about to cut into the riverside.
Look at how many people are boxed there. Yeah.
Exactly. And Box Gaming does have the leverage where whenever other teams dock into the Bay of Novornoy, they might just find more and more of these points coming back to them. FaZe Clan have gotten themselves into the island, but they are on the far western end. A lot of all these teams are in the water. Naps getting tagged once again. 7-9 not allowing either one of these Eagles to pass.
Really liking that 7-9 is playing aggressive, playing proactive, trying to watch and become the circle gatekeepers. They have the whole area to themselves. They are the bitros, but SLD is just coming in hot right now. They are just rushing through. They don't care about 7-9. See you later, Alligator, as they do get one knock out of that. It's going to be 1 point straight in their pocket. As the other members of 7-9 is just not reacting. They're just staying there. Some shots come through, but no shots are actually hitting. Harm only managed to tag just a little bit. And he's just going to get onto the bridge with no problem at all.
And they're the one taking over the bridge. And VPE, they heard all the ruckus, and now they are figuring out how exactly to cut across. Instead, Ravenclaw just gets off the wheels, and he will try to fight them off. The rest of Vampire Esports joins the fray, and this is the rowdiness that we do expect. Ravenclaw getting tagged as well. And Putra, he's holding on, but how much longer can the Tigers hold them back?
Oh man, 7-9 is in trouble. He is getting shot through the water as Smeb's aggression is coming through, and he just gets bombed someone out of the way, but he's in trouble as well. What a great bait by his teammate. And now for VPE, they're feeling all of the bullets coming in from Smeb. He's just spraying and praying, but the terrain is not giving him a lot of vision.
Vampire Esports, they want to play it really safely. They understand that there's another team on the bridge, and that's SLD. ShineLikeDiamond, just hoping to get sparkles of their own. And it holds everyone back. There's only 25 seconds and less for them to cut across. Just double checking the top. Sometimes you can find ways to climb upwards. This is great precaution coming in from Vampire Esports, but from the back, Eagle Esports are also sneaking in. FaZe Clan though finds one out of 10. Ran some shots onto Maui, and I'm not sure if he can get more out of it. Lycan is still on the approach.
It's taking some damage from the blue zone here. You do notice that 20K does get one member of Tevi in the end. But for now, for TEM, they're gonna have to reposition themselves, and this is a very scary situation for Sem9, for 2E, for VPE. It feels like a Mexican standoff, as they're all just trying to find a way onto the island, but with the lack of firepower and information, how exactly are you going to be taking this fight? As a top side is just so open. So for 2E, they're just going to opt to swim, hoping that no one's going to shoot them from on top. It looks like no one is actually paying attention to their side.
They found a boat.
That's for
Vampire
VPE,
Esports.
yeah.
They're just looking to dash off from the outskirts of the territory by GIDS. They've arrived into the scene, facing off against the Savior as they prime grenades, Lamborghini. One of the toughest competitors on the block to hold it all alone. And looking at the rest of the Savior, they're not really around. Geek Fam, they can basically play this one slowly. FaZe Clan on top of the hills though. So any one of these teams that moves out, they will get sniped.
There's a lot of damage coming through from that grenade regardless for GD. They're just taking their time, finding the right position. They're gonna go up against DX, a team that's very high firepower. They have to make sure they have all the information they need. But look at DX, they have 3 different compounds. What a great cross they have from the other side. For DBD,
Man marked.
Yep, he does get marked. They know exactly where he is.
They decide to let him slide though.
Yeah, not doing anything just yet. This is all just them trying to figure out whether it's worth it
circle.
or not. Yeah, they're just trying to figure out if it's worth it or not for them to take this fight.
Oh boy. Vampire Esports have their boats blown up. Therefore, SLD knows that they have only one option, which is to swim across. And they're already getting ready for the arrival and perhaps departure real soon.
Oh, there he's fishing!
Indeed,
he's trying to find the crispy fish and chips through the water. Nearly gets one member, does not manage to get him in the end. Regardless, that's 3 free points. If he does manage to pick them out, he doesn't.
Raven's about to...
He doesn't know where he is.
I'm not too sure if they can get more. Look at the health bars. They're slowly losing air. They might just drown out. Vampires did not meant to be in water.
Yep, vampires are supposed to be in the night as Schweppes will find at least one member. This is going to be great for him as he does at least get 1 point out of that. But for the other members, here's Gosu, gonna revive his teammate, no problem. And as for the members of VPE, they're already on land. Allow them to reset, it's gonna say the end of them. And I think they're gonna be able to.
That's actually a really important pickup. The knock has allowed them time to get across to the shore. Sure, Fluke might have actually suffered, but they can take time, right? Like, Schweppes could still pop a couple of smoke grenades, but take a look at Tuan. He's also under the bridge. He could be the one to be the kingmaker to change the whole course of the scenario. Geek Fam now getting tagged. And it's 4 rivals on top of those hills, and there's more and more teams to come. Box Gaming also across Novo. They've been here for the longest of time. And yet again, Box Gaming just playing it safe, not revealing their location just yet.
Snipes playing a dangerous game here. It's such an open area. Even through the smoke, the shots coming through is just very dangerous for him. He's the final person alive, and he just gets caught. I am questioning that cross, and I think the idea was he does not want to get caught in the blue zone, 14th place, but 16 eliminations. 6 eliminations, not a bad thing.
Well, I'll be worried, like 6. If it's 14 and 16 eliminations.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to be down under.
Yeah.
But indeed, they did manage to secure huge points to close off this match. So that could still help them climb back to the top of the table.
My God,
SLD
yes.
now challenged by the Savior instead. They've been holding their ground for the longest time. Gosu, last member standing to face off against Rapis. Rapis from the outskirts can still prime grenades into the window.
Oh, he's
this
gonna get him.
Be it.
Nothing's gonna happen. He didn't cook it enough. He's gonna try and get some space. He's gonna try and
He's only got 1
reset.
first aid kit.
That's the only thing he has. But FaZe is now trying to move away from Bacon Time. Bacon Time finds 2 members of FaZe. This is huge, but NFT now not allowing the reset to happen. Cooks that nade really well. It could be a 3 if he does get it. Oh, he does get it. Toron, insane shot there. Finds 2 members, and now there's only 2 more to worry about. Here's another. He's making it rain. Doesn't hit the second time around.
They managed to secure 2 nonetheless. 5 points secured by NFT Esports, and Bacon Time knows when to take up fight and when exactly to run. This is not the territory that they should be at. They still can run in the circle if they want to, but NFT, they're just shoving it in.
He's just running through the smoke right now, still managing to get them. This is not a great situation. There is still Noisy from the back playing in the smoke. They have no clue where he is. Does a spray, but unfortunately does not get the kill.
Tries to go in for the drop shot as well. And NFT with sure confidence to secure 7 points in the bag. And this is where we see the Indonesian side step up. Could be that chicken dinner as well now that they've cleared up that section of the map. And we also do have GD just having poised control of the surroundings as well. DBD, they only have 2 members left and they're just fighting against Stone. Drop shots work well for Echo as it shut off Stone, but now needing to go in for the revives here. Still a risky play coming from DBD. Quickly going for the pickup, trying to find a safe area to actually save him from this hellhole. But of course, TEM though, this could possibly be their best round if they can hold on for their dear life. They're still out in the open on the top side of the hill. It doesn't really give them all too much of an edge where all the other teams are inside of all these compounds and they already get a glimpse of it. And it's going to be Trisme already spawning out both of the members of TEM.
Ooh, NFT now in trouble, Vavel. Taking a lot of damage from down below. Regardless, his teammate does find TEM. That's going to Sozip out of the way. Buriram United, 9th place with 0 eliminations. This is very out of character.
Well, this is a very difficult circle to play out, and we understand why teams bow out very early on. Even a team like Geek Fam that was playing aggressive didn't manage to make the cut. TEM somehow survives, playing just right under the tree. Ain't no Christmas present, but Sovel is just gonna give them a little bit more space of their own. That AOG can basically do a whole lot more. That bit of the terrain will give them a little bit more of a natural defense, while Ramones cuts in slowly but surely, and they still manage to get all these vehicles safe into the area. And Box, they're about to run into the rest of the members of 4 Rivals.
4 Rivals. Trying to take their time as they do it. That man is on fire though, as Soaz throw as many grenades as possible, as well as provide cover for his team. Looking up that nade a little bit, he's trying to get that perfect shot. Regardless, look at the sprays coming in from Bensu. He does find one member of DBD. Another member is going to go down. Api from the other side, playing behind the vehicles, playing it very quiet, trying to find some information. But it's so hard to see through this smoke. Voki moving forward, cooks up the nade. But where exactly he's going to throw it is the question, as we have Yen as well pushing out. It's a 3-way fight here, as Ramones from the top side wants to pick off any members as well.
And we see majority of all these players out of DBD have a clear entry, but they don't really have those numbers to actually make a move. SLD with 5 eliminations. This is their best round. Still having 2 more members alive. Maldro goes in for the shred sprays on top of members of TEM. And they're still basically ruling everybody out of this matchup, but they still have to make a run for it. 50 seconds on the clock. What can they do this time around?
Toron.
More bullets flying in as he has to hop into the buggy. And the pressure is on. DBD, they're taking this fight against 4 Rivals by the outskirts. And Box Gaming will bow out. 7 plays with only 2 limbs. And now NFT is in trouble. GD, they're man marking them inside of smoke. And so many smokes in the middle of nowhere. And 4 Rivals, they don't have much time. Same goes to DBD. And the ones that do have to circle directly into the center, I would say GD has the best chance.
For DBD, they're so very low. Jimmy OP taking a lot of damage, making out alive, but both of them are gonna go down regardless. Ipul taking a lot of damage right now, but for now eliminated at 5th place with 6 eliminations. GD, they have full control of the center. Ellen does eventually go down, but for 4 Rivals, look at how many of them has been knocked. 2 of them. NFT
circles in the
still up there, high ground.
But they have to go down,
They have to go down. It's hard because SLD has the full area down below.
They still have the vehicles, though. They can still rely on it as a subsidiary bunker if they need it to be. SLD, they have also taken control of the southern side of the circle, and therefore, whatever pressure that is mounting towards GD will be soaked by SLD. So NFT gotta make a drastic move, and they have to do it right here, right now. Booms, getting himself elevated. He can spot out NFT and already making a move to pin them down. 4 Rivals on the other far corner. I want to see how they make it out alive.
They're still alive with 4 players. Managed to get the reset. That breathing room from NFT is giving them a lot of space to do that. Regardless, look at where NFT is. They're taking a lot of damage. I'm not too sure if one of them get knocked, but one of them barely did. Oh, they are in the vehicle. They're going together.
They're storming in
Two
together.
vehicles, but GD is waiting. They have all their sights toward 4 rivals, but GD is on the other side. NFT rushing forward to SLD. Vavel playing the quiet game on the other side. They have no clue where they are. Here comes 4 rivals as well. 3-way fight, fighting for that tiny compound. They want where SLD are. And
Grenade galore.
blown up. Actually, it's Vavel actually gets blown up here as Boki pushing out through the other side. Pamburu as well coming. They want to play sneaky.
And they will continue to push for it. 4 rivals will hold back for now. NFT remotes, drops in a Molotov, finds Gosu. One more member down from the side of SLD. Only one remains. And DD, they sent Daybot to do all the damage against NFT. They're all clumped up. More and more grenades flying towards the side of NFT. There's nowhere for them to hide. They're getting burned up. And my goodness, GD, they're taking all these drastic measures to their own hands. They want the dinner for themselves.
They are hungry. They haven't had a chicken dinner yet. 4th place for NFT. Regardless, Afi from the other side throwing as much shots as he can. He does find booms in the end. It's going to be great for them because right now they are the 3-on-2-on-1. SLD, the last member, still alive, still waiting.
Pokey.
But 4 rivals, they can't get inside. Look at where Juan is. He's all alone. He can be the thorn in their side.
They're all just fighting inside this shack, and there's not much way to go about Huang just soaking all the grenade damage, and he's got nowhere to run.
Yes,
I think he's slowly running out of mats, and that thing will clip in by the end. Now it's down to Indonesia versus Malaysia. GID versus 4 rivals. One's on top of the roof, though. That could be the difference maker. They got him.
They got him in the end. Alan, I don't know if they know he's
It's a
right
good time to
outside.
push.
They're gonna push inside. They need a reset. They're so very low, but they need to
Grenade.
play it safe. They can't get isolated, but for now, all of them are in a tiny room together. But they have no clue that
They
they're
got him,
playing on
though.
the outside. They did, but surprise! I'm on one side. Alan finds one. Can he make it 2 is the question. Pamburu from the other side.
They beat him.
Again, the problem, they don't know where he is. 1-on-1. The last man alive. He still picks up the point. Alan
He's going.
has to be careful. Jump shot comes through. Pamburu doesn't get it. GID gets their first chicken dinner of the day.
So close and yet so far for Pamburu. He had the DBS in hand. He couldn't pull the trigger onto the direct crosshair. And my goodness, Daybot have found those opening angles and they managed to find the first chicken dinner for Indonesia. For today, it's GID that has gotten themselves up ahead in one of the rowdiest fights that we've seen in a while in Erangel. And what a beautiful chicken dinner that was for GD.
That was impressive. What separated them was just that jump shot. Great reaction time. I think he already had the information from his teammates where exactly Pamburu was. All he
heard
had
those
to do
footsteps
was...
too.
Yeah, because Pamburu was rushing. I think he had to just take his time. Regardless though, we came to a 1 versus 1. And GID was down 1 minute.
Yeah, and also, when we look back on both ends of the spectrum, 4 rivals were playing on the lower ground for the longest of time, and yet again, they managed to get across with all 4 members alive, and of course, heading into the top 4, they slowly start to lose members because it was so chaotic by that same compound that we've been looking at. First, we go into the highlights with all these early game skirmishes, but with the circle being so difficult for all the teams to play out, 4 rivals stormed their way through, and we expected them to eventually lose more than they should, but they managed to clip into the top 2. While GID, I think like what's impressive of them is that they had to circle all this while, but they took every drastic measure to push forward, farm those points up, get those high frags, and close out the game. And it was so close. It's a 50-50 after all.
Yeah.
And they made the cut.
Honestly, I think what GID did so well right now is the fact that they were in the mindset that they needed to refrag. They need to get as many points as they can because the first few maps perhaps was not up to standard in their opinion. They want to make back all that points, and I think it really shows. Now for 4 rivals, I think based on trends, they tend to do better when it's an unorthodox circle. I'm not too sure what exactly that goes through your mind when you have a weird circle, but for some reason, they always make it work.
Indeed, and a lot of times we've seen some of these teams struggle in the early game, but when they do get into the late game phase, just seeing how they take great points all across. And I think like he did manage to swerve in time
Yeah.
Because sometimes when it comes down to controls, you want to hold a certain angle, and yet again, with that sort of jump shot coming in from GD,
Yeah, he wasn't expecting that.
and that spray was just impeccable. Usually the recalls will be off the charts, and of course with great control and just great level of understanding on how to take this sort of compound fight have resulted in GD closing out this matchup. But you take a look at 4 Rivals, they spend a lot of time in the blue, they use the most utility out of the top 2, but NFT, even more impressive. I think that's like 38 defilades that they've thrown out in this matchup.
I think what's great about the rotations for 4 Rivals this time is that they can be a little bit sneaky about it. I mean, if you look at GD, they are with 26 points, but 4 Rivals and NFT will be, I think, meeting at the 3rd place. Look at that, 18-18 with SLD meeting 60. And I think what you saw in SLD is definitely there, especially as you talk about their potential. And right now, it's really, really showing, especially in terms of eliminations, because they are really down to take up any fight. You're not seeing them initiate these fights, but the way they react to these fights, the way they want to approach these fights have been phenomenal. Regardless, Booms will be our most valuable player.
Indeed, and man, we saw how many grenades and utilities being thrown out, and I think he, just like his name, he managed to also close out this matchup with
go boom.
Quite a bang. I would say that huge pickoff over on the top of the roof was the defining moment for them. If not, 4 Rivals would have actually had the edge if they do get the wraparound with a push coming from up atop. And now, look at the score. It's a tie between Geek Fam as well as Alter Ego, Malaysia as well as Indonesia, vying for that #1 spot. Bacon time, though they didn't move forward, they are still 4 points shy at 3rd place. GD, they moved up into number 4 with this chicken there, and just 1 point behind. It's Yoodo Alliance, and this time around, teams from Thailand, they're slowly sliding down the ladder without much of the opportunity inside Angle. And 4 Rivals with this 2nd place finish, they finally shot all the way up in the ladder and put themselves into the top 9.
I think that's really great about 4 Rivals is that that recovery for them, because throughout the first 3-4 maps, they only had 1 singular point. And coming into this and getting not only a high placement point, but also these, I would say, eliminations has been really great for them. And I think it puts them in the right mindset as well. But Geek Fam, honestly, for me today, has been surprising because their performance is not only like they could just miss out on 1 or 2 rounds getting maybe low points, but they still managed to maintain their position up at the very top.
That's right. And 4 Rivals finding their glorious ways once again. Though they did not manage to get that dinner, I think like it has been able to give them that recovery that they have desperately needed. And of course, we go back to the drawing board to see how it all occurred. Now, NFT, they were the first ones to take the island for themselves, and they have played this to close to perfection. And what's interesting to note is that GID, they moved all the way into the south side of Military Base, and then they basically reconvene into this area of play where both teams have gotten the advantage of the circle for most part. But what's interesting to note is that 4 Rivals, they took the longest route, wrapping from the Western Bridge all the way into the south side of the circle.
I don't blame them for doing that, honestly. They are the type of team...
It's a smart play.
Yeah, it is a smart play. They prefer playing things safe, and it hasn't changed. I mean, even their drop spot for this particular map hasn't changed. It's been the same drop spot for the last 2 seasons, I believe, Rostock. And I don't think they want to change that for a while longer. Now, if you see how they approach this fight is the most interesting. Because how... The fact that SLD is not afraid to take up space and the compound and force these fights show how much aggression they have in them and how much confidence they have in terms of how they want to take these fights.
And they made it to the top 3.
Exactly!
And if they were to last a little bit longer, who knows? Top 2 is very feasible, and it's all due to this push coming from Swaville and Co.
Yeah.
NFT have no other options. They saw circles
It
right
felt
there.
like a desperate play for them, honestly.
It is the only viable play, if ever the case. And that's where GD saw that opportunity. They basically swarmed them, and they understand that they're all cornered up just based on that mini-map. You can see that there's a close-off section. it's like a do or die situation for NFT, where you go to the right, there's 4 rivals.
Yeah.
You take the left, there's GD, who has all the angles in the world to close it off. So of course, it was spectacular, but you know what else is spectacular? Man, my tongue is getting tied. But of course, all this is brought to you by, of course, PUBG Mobile and everybody out there that has been putting great work. And of course, all thanks to our official smartphone partners for making it happen. It's the GT Neo 3 that you should check out. With that, Neo Speed Awakens.
You know why it's called Speed? Because it has those race car stripes on it. I love seeing it, how they actually do
Because
this.
it goes turbo mode.
Turbo mode has been really great, and I think you should really try that phone out. Regardless though, if you guys are watching PUBG Mobile at home, don't forget to get your snacks and your food. Our official food delivery partner, GrabFood, 50% off GrabFood order. Promo code will be PUBGM, only for new users. Terms and conditions apply. Use that code over here, right here, right underneath me. That's where you can get your food, get your snacks, get yourself a bubble tea, get yourself some popcorn. You know what? Get yourself some nasi lemak, because I think now is the time. Now's a good time for a nasi lemak.
Good time. Well, it's also a good time for us to take a break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the final match of the evening.
Hey there, fellow PUBG Mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
GT Neo 3. Neo Speed Awakens.
Welcome back once again as you are tuning in to 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall. It's Tash Money and Contra, your casters for the entirety of the evening, and we're down to our final game of day 1 of week 2, and things are just getting more exciting as the game progresses. And now to close it all off, I wonder who else is next to secure the chicken dinner. We've already seen 2 chicken dinners from Malaysia, and we've seen great numbers hailing from Indonesia as well. GD, they secure that chicken dinner in such a strong measure where they took matters to their own hands. Now, one more chicken dinner to go. Who's it going to be? But let's take a look at the results of the past matchup.
I'm really liking GD. We're putting them head-to-head with NFT as well with 11-10. But the damage from GD has been absolutely high. And I'm not surprised at this. They are just so aggressive, they're very proactive, and they're so great at taking up space, putting NFT in a situation where they're forced to come to them.
That's right, and both Booms as well as Alan have worked in tandem to put those numbers on track for the team. Now they are vying for the top spot as well, and we've seen glimpses of ShineLikeDiamond with Gosu popping off, and they managed to make the cut into the top 3.
You know what? Seeing SLD play today, I think it feels like a very, very big statement play. New to the scene, coming up here straight to PMPL SEA, and already showing us how great they can be, especially in firepower and fights. It just shows us that they are a force to be reckoned with, even though they're new. But for now, we're going to our final match of the day. This is match number 5, and we're going back to Erangel, where teams A, B, C, and D will be playing, and Group E will be the one having an early night.
That's right. They've definitely put in all the hard work. We've seen Geek Fam doing wonderful measures throughout the past 4 matches. Boom Esports can try another day. Of course, it was a rough run for them. SLD has wrapped it up on
pretty high note.
Great note. Yeah, indeed. And Bacon Time could definitely work better throughout the course of the week. Now we focus on the rest of the squads that are about to drop right into our upcoming matchup. So what is there to look forward to, Tash?
I mean, personally for me, there's a lot to look forward to, and I think a lot of the teams on, at least on A, B, C, and D, has shown today a lot of that glimpses, as you like to say, like glimpses of like their potential. Regardless, though, before we go into that match, let's talk a little bit about our new map, Nusa. And this is a very, very Indiana Jonesy, very, I would say, almost like a Tomb Raider map, where you're like going across ledges on zip lines and playing with a crossbow and just shooting people in the face.
I feel like this is one of the most fun you can basically get in the map because it's so vibrant, where you have new vehicles that you could utilize, and there's the city areas. You can have also party by the beach if you want to.
Party by the beach?
That's right, I'm telling you that. And if you're not a fan of the beach, I think you might just be looking for something classy. The Clairvoyant Fox set as well as the Midas Fortune set is for you. You can get it from the new Royal Pass available right now. And you know, it's time to grind again if you really want these cool skins. So grab it while it lasts, because you don't have too many days. If you spare too much of days, you might not get it.
Yeah, but we also have the ultimate set out here right now, the Spectral Swan set and the Cosmic Inquisitor set now out. But I think that this is something that you definitely need to pick up, because they're just not only is it going to be rare, it's also really, really flashy, and it looks really, really good. I'm a big fan of the design of the Swan set, but I'm a big fan of the colors of the Cosmic set. Now, can we have this set in 2 different colors? Because that would be great.
Yeah, and you know what else is great? 40,800 ringgit for those of you guys who join in the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship 2022. And this is a qualifier to the PNMC 2022. If you guys have been interested on getting your hands into competitive PUBG Mobile, sign up right now. If you're from Malaysia, just go ahead and scan the QR code. Hashtag one squad, one goal.
This is making me feel like I want to be in college again if I can. But speaking of that,
That's 10 years too late.
10 years too late. But you know what I wish I had in campus? These True Speed, Real Attitude, Vasilia's cars that you can get right now. The first original PUBG mobile sports cars. And I really wish they also, you know, appeared outside of PUBG themselves. You know, imagine if at a PUBG mobile tournament, they actually make these cars in these colors and it appears there. And if it goes missing, I swear to God, it wasn't me.
Now we know to stay away from Tash when you do have shiny cars, all right? But if you're wealthy and you really wanna hang out with Tash, I guess why not?
What the?
Side promotions, but you know, last game. Let's get into this, as I think like FaZe Clan has been putting up great work for the entirety of the day to start off the rounds, but in the middle of the evening, it doesn't seem like they have gotten everything figured out yet, and I see that you're going for Sem9 yet again.
Another Copian pick.
Okay.
Another Copian pick. I mean, I used to go for 4 rivals Copian picks, but I feel like I'm cursed. I'm too scared to vote for them.
It's all good.
I
I
feel
mean,
like I cursed Boom as well just now, so...
but like when we look into some of all these teams, of course they need all the love and support that they could get, and you guys watching back at home, I know you guys
love
have.
you, Sem9! I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Hashtag biascaster.
It's not about you right now, it's about the fans out there. Make sure you root for your favorite teams out there. Though they may have a rough day, but with every little comments that you pop out there, you never know. Like some of the managers will take note of it, show it to the players, and hey, you guys get noticed too. You guys are the 5th member of the squads that you support. So with that being said, final round inside of Angle, we've already got ourselves the Sinoska military base circle, and therefore what we do want to eye out for is some of all these center ground of all these area play.
I want a Severny circle.
Well, we'll see if we can get that. So when we look at a lot of all these Thai teams where they play, it's usually around that central northern region, and if it does end up over the top side, they do have certain advantages. While in the center stage, I think it's basically a fair game for all. So if it does land there, it definitely would be very interesting. So Tash, I guess for one last time for tonight, let's welcome everybody into the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. We dive into Erangel.
Last match of the night. Week 2, day number 1. We head on over once again to Erangel. A, B, C, and D. No Group E, no Geek Fam, no Boom, no Bacon Time, no ShineLikeDiamond. And I think this might be a good thing. One aggressive team out of the way, but the flight path, I would say, it's alright.
Alright, but a little shabby for those who's opting to move into the southern corner of the map, because there's no direct access into the regions of Quarry, Primos, or Pier, and obviously Sinoska military base, unless if they want to take a float from the power. there is an alternative for them. Vampire Esports, always about the corner of Zarki, as they've been taking very slow approaches. And we've already seen some of these teams like NFT making a little bit of switcheroo, understanding that Novo is not going to be accessible, and therefore they take North George instead. Might just actually see themselves in a little bit of a heated battle against Vampire Esports, while FaZe Clan will have the entire section of South George and Hospital Grounds to make it work. But take a look at the far southeast though. It's quite a similar circle, this time leaning more on towards the main peninsula. GD, the team that has won it very recently in the previous round, will be taking the center grounds yet again. And it's going to be another team that will be moving into the ports of Novo Repnoi over on the southern side, FaZe Clan. After having back-to-back consistent rounds in the first two maps, they see a little bit of a dip of points as the rest are chasing up. Spots from Indonesia have rise up to the occasion on the past map of Arangel.
I think this is a fairly quiet start, given the fact that the circle is not necessarily like the best. So I was expecting an early, at least early skirmish, 1 or 2 pickups, and then that'd be the end. But for 2E, I think they're having a pretty okay day overall, despite the fact that they started off really slow. I think their mindset is great in terms of those match recoveries, where they say it's okay, just go next. And they do the best they can, especially. But here we are, shots already thrown out, but not too sure to hold.
It's testing the weaponry,
exactly.
I believe, because
Yeah.
there's nobody around
Exactly.
being United. And them being very close to the main area of play, we'll expect to see many of all these teams to be loitering around Milta section, eventually by phase 3 onwards, as Alter Ego will have a little bit of a drive for themselves to get to the desired location. DPD coming out with an early rotation as they start off around the quarry as well as Gatka region. There is a UAZ that they can utilize, but they say, you know what, Buggy gives decent amount of speed and sometimes better handling control. And therefore, Infinity now having the whole factory grounds for themselves, they honestly don't have to make a move.
Yoodo Alliance, great start for the day. Great at their, I would say, consistency throughout. I'm really liking the tempo they have here. I think slow and steady wins the race would be the best sort of situation in their mind. Not necessarily taking like the longest rotations, but I'm really liking how proactive they are in terms of their positioning. And I love the teamwork coming in from them as well. They really show great tenacity, great information reaction, as well as great cover, allowing their teammates to go pretty far. But for D Xavier today, while all eyes are on them, there's a lot of, I would say, expectations coming into this team. Yes, they play the survivability game very well, but in a lot of situations, they find themselves over at the top side there with only maybe 2 players left alive. And I would really like to see them get to the end with still at least 4 to see their true potential on how exactly they handle those pressure cooker moments as they try and get the chicken dinner.
And if you take a look at the middle pack of the teams, where most often than not, certain days you see the number 1 squad will have more than 70 over points. Today, everyone seems to be on equal terms, where a lot of these battles have resulted in either a draw in such a way that, oh, they lose a few members, they keep a few.
Yeah.
And it shows over on the charts, the ones that did secure a top 5 finish are currently sitting nearer to the podium finish. Meanwhile, you just have a look from 7th place all the way down to 12. It's like one chicken dinner could change everything, right? And there's still ample of opportunity for teams like Vampire, Infinity, Box, Ego Esports, who are still vying to claw their way upwards. The squads from Vietnam seemingly finding a better grasp heading into the week 2. Only BN United struggled to break into the double-digit mark for the time being. But since they're at 9 points, who's to say that they're not going to achieve much more? This moment onwards.
I think for GID, great ending for them as well. One of the closest fights we've seen already on the aggressive. I think that's Nissel's, I would say, aggression coming through there for Infinity. And I like the fact that even though the shots aren't hitting, that aggression is just showing them like they're ready to take that fight if they want to. Their aggression is whether or not they want to take it is another question itself. But for Infinity, I think they want to try and find their recovery here because today has been, I mean, as you mentioned before, this is not their usual gameplay or style. Usually they perform a lot better. And I'm curious to see if they're able to get at least a chicken dinner or at least top 5 in this final match of the night.
Yeah. While we have 2 Indonesian squads on the top 2, and with Buriram United, FaZe Clan, Yoodo Alliance trailing by, it's honestly not too tough of a chase, as Yoodo Alliance is 1 point behind GD. Buriram United as well as FaZe Clan tied on the 4th position as well with 33 points apiece. This is the game to be the difference maker for the ones who are currently sitting at the top. And even for those in the middle of the pack, they see a glimmer of hope. They see plenty of chances here to rise back up. Ego Esports now moves into the grounds of Yasna Pollyanna, and they will move from this northeastern end in order to cut across in towards the southern side eventually, while Buriram United are about entry points of shelter. There's
Look at
usually
where
3 points.
Tiger as well as his teammates are. They're going for a 2-2 sort of situation here.
And they're just going to regroup for now. SEM9, they will reposition the 2-2 split once again, while Buriram United will have every member stacked together except for one on the flank angles. Harm covering a really far distance though. I'm not even sure if he can even find a place to peek.
No, there's no way. And crossing is going to be really hard. Putra in trouble. Thankfully, none of those shots are going to be hitting. As Moody, he's trying to make sure that no one is being able to flank at all. And look at the map awareness Buriram United has. They're still checking behind their shoulders now and then, just to avoid that third party or there's a backstab situation. But Four Rivals is now in trouble. But look at that, Lord Harm is the one to get one. Bambura from the top side, getting Putra, does tag him halfway, but he's not able to knock him down. And Putra gets knocked out. Putra, you need to be careful because you're going to get knocked out. But look at aggression coming through, a flying car coming through, just like a Malaysian signature as Adib's coming onto the side, but Four Rivals will be eliminated at 16th place. Not a great start for them, but Infinity is the one to be the third party, not allowing them to reset.
And I'm surprised Buriram United let them slide. In SEM9, they were the ones that were having attacks launched upon them from Buriram, from Four Rivals, but Four Rivals, they weren't even prepared to take them on. And those flip approaches have yielded results for SEM9.
I'm
getting
shocked.
At least few points back on track. And the Infinity, sure, they may have pinned a few members down, and the Infinity will reap the rewards instead. Buriram United, they understand this is too much of a risk to take. They're not willing to commit. They still have points to catch up against the top dogs of the tournament, while the Infinity, they're still launching attacks. SEM9, they're stuck. Ego Esports also pinning them by.
Not a great place for SEM9 to be. Only one member, I believe, still up. And he is getting shot at from 3 different teams, but not enough for him to take one down. As SEM9 is going to get 3 eliminations, 15 points. And I think they're going to be very, very happy for that. But now to just talk about Four Rivals again, what on earth happened there? They didn't even get a single point out of that.
Yeah, both sides of the Malaysian squads taking the short end of the stake. And we'll have an early rest for the evening, as the Tigers will have to reset, go back to the cave, and try to understand what went wrong for the entire course of the evening. One of the lowest points possible, but they did manage to take 3 in the scuffle against Four Rivals. Buriram United got themselves into multiple crosshairs from GD as well as Infinity, as both of these teams have been relatively aggressive. Buriram not opting to pick unnecessary fights. They did walk away with 1 pointer I don't know, third-party action going on.
I like Buriram. They're just like, they're about to engage, and then suddenly someone comes in like, oh, you want him? All good. Take him, take him.
It's
We're
like-
just gonna.
It's like, yeah,
Yeah, I'll
it's
see you
not
guys.
worth the hassle.
I'll see you guys later.
I could have had 5 points,
Y'all-
but
y'all
what about the
have
15
fun.
points?
Yeah.
I'm here for the 15 points.
Yeah,
You
they're
guys-
weighing that risk and reward, and I'm really liking that.
Yeah, and the more of these sort of trades happen, it will eventually yield a form of a ripple effect, right?
Mhm.
Where we have already calculated that every single team here have been chasing points, looking for those fights, looking for those pickups. And it's all about surviving to the very end. The ranking points in this current format has been very rewarding. Doesn't matter if you walk away with only 3 frags or less. Like, so long as you get an average of 8 points and upwards, you're good to go. Like, DBD, they have managed to find a successful round today. Other rounds, not so much. But for Buriram United, they understood the assignment, right?
Oh, they've got their eye on the care
I think
package.
they should go for it, though. Very, very risky play.
But they really want it. They've been really keeping an eye out on that plane.
Yeah, sometimes...
You know, you want that advantage. You want that firepower.
It's
you
not a
want that.
would've, could've, should've moment. It's more like, you could, but should you?
Yeah, just because you could doesn't mean you should. And I think, oh, I see. So they're gonna have to cross to get it, and I don't think anyone wants to do that. Oh, this ping pong circle is not gonna bode well.
Oh,
but
boy.
where NFT is honestly the best. They don't have to worry too much about anyone crossing
DBD as
behind
well.
them. Yeah, they are in a very good situation. No one's coming up behind them. All is just water. And they only have to watch out from 2 different areas just in front of them.
And Alter Ego.
Look at how many teams are coming through. It's a stampede.
Indeed. I think this is to be expected for sure. But remember this, Alter Ego, they are currently at the #1 spot. They are here to hold it out. FaZe Clan being really close by. Same goes to NFT. This is going to be quite the difficult area to basically cover grounds at the very least. DBD, sure they are at a really good hole for themselves, but if it does shift further on, it will still be troubles lying up ahead. As for all the other teams, they're trying to figure out there's not exactly safe areas of play, and therefore teams are taking their time over the top end of the kills in order to
Oh my God,
sustain,
Ravenclaw.
but there's so much pressure.
Look at that. Look how fast the rotations are happening. Because of how fast it is, look how competitive it has gotten. Some teams made it out alive, but look at that. Fluke already getting 1 member of 2E. Regardless, Tony K, he's on the aggressive. We know that he can play aggressive and offensively if he wants to. He's just trying to find these areas where some players might be proning, where they might be. But the problem is a lot of these teams already had moved in really, really quickly. And some of them actually passed each other, but no one shot at each other, which shows how, I would say, how dire it is for them to get into the circle quickly before the blue zone pushes and before too many people are in an area where they can't get anymore.
And most of these teams are just holding themselves back, just needing the safest route to cut into the section. While Buriram United, they made an early move, trying to find a little bit more of a elevated ground as they move forward into the depths of DBD's section, and already getting pinned out. More damage being done. It's Capone out of the lower grounds instead. That eliminates Buriram United.
I can't believe this! Usually they're playing so safe, but they get pushed in by BN United, a team that isn't performing so well today. They really, really want to close out
Never
this night
count
with
them
a bang.
out, I would say. BN
No,
United is a team to be respected.
That shift in mindset is insane.
And I would say whoever makes the first move here will be the ones to fall. And I think Buriram United, they weren't really patient enough. They have the right ideas for sure, but that side of the hills doesn't seem like there's much coverage at all. Frankie, now with the M24,
He hasn't landed a single hit, which is very unfortunate.
there's a reason why a lot of all these players opt not to use this bolt action rifles, because sure, you get the headshot, it can get a knockout for sure, but to land it is a different story where
Hard,
you can
especially on
basically put
mobile.
assault rifles and all the other things to put to good use where you can still attack them. Though it's not knock, it still does the job well. And therefore, It's a risk and reward, I would say. If you believe in your capabilities, just go for it. But sometimes beggars can't be choosers, right? Like,
Oh, look
that
at
might just be your only
FaZe.
weapon.
They're so aggressive. They're coming forward, but DBD coming in from both sides. Jimmy not landing a single shot onto FaZe, though. This is very, very scary for FaZe. Then they managed to stay out alive, but MR5 does get knocked.
Ego
but
Esports
there is going to be DX come there. Ego Esports being the third team in the fray here as Jimmy OP. He wants to take as much space as possible. Tony K does get knocked down here. But look at that. They got knifed. 2E wasn't able to end the night with a bang, but Baonam United already in the lead.
What a clash. And FaZe Clan somehow makes the cut. And all the attention was given over onto Ego Esports, and that buying them enough time, but there's still pressure coming in. Grenades flying in from DBD. This is their high time to shine. While Box Gaming have found themselves into the docks, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be an optimal area. Jimmy OP gets the knockout against Tony K. Next one to bow is from Malaysia. It's Yoodo Alliance calling it quits without any single point secured, unfortunately, in the final round. Infinity, though, they now approach towards NFT. They did get the knock and really secured a kill as well. Grenades now flying in. Ramon's hiding behind. They try to stop the push. More damage being done onto Drone while Ramon's holds him out with the UMP. Spray's not really hitting the mark. Mela has the DP just to hold him back. Logan with a wraparound, but he gets taken down instead. This will clutch it all out, and it's NFT shut off the match.
Still manages to get one, not able to get an extra point though. So 2 eliminations will be for them, but look how aggressive Infinity is right now. This is a very different sort of performance as they are right now in the lead, I think, in terms of kills. But for GID, they're still trying to figure out how exactly to approach this fight. Crossing over to DX. Frankie is bleeding out on the other side, but because they don't have any information where the other members of D Savior are, so they're not trying to take any irrational sort of movements or points. But look at Infinity. They're still on the hunt for those points. They want to move up forward. It's going to be Vampire Esports. They're waiting for the Mela. Take some damage there from the grenade. Regardless, throws one back in return, but Mela, very, very low, has to move back. And all those smokes will give them enough cover, at least to make some space.
Quite a scuff approach coming from Infinity. They're in the open grounds, relying on the smokes. They do get one knock. Newsy down, but Vampire Esports is just hoping on the grenades. Fukev will be on the ground as well. Great exchanges from both Thai teams, and Ravenclaw will get another trade back. Tony K out of FaZe Clan will find members out of DBD. FaZe Clan winning those trades slowly but surely. Now it's a 2v2 between FaZe Clan as well as DBD for this section of the map. And this is the focal point for every other squads to move into. But yet again, they understand the risks and the rewards that can come right at it. Now, with so little ground, 50% involved, missed that only 25%. 25% of the map, and it's all BN United's ground. This is their game to lose. And how long can they hold is the question.
Oh man, this is not a great circle to end the night with. This is high pressure situation. There's not a lot of space to play with. Regardless, if you're BN United, that's a lot of pressure onto you. Where exactly are you going to look? How exactly are you going to take care of the entire circle?
Have to wrap around
they
360.
They have to. But AE, they are aggressive. But look at Japone! None of his shots managed to land onto Daybot. Daybot is just
he's a madman.
Yeah, he's a road monster, I was about to say. Underneath them is D Savior. And this is the battle of the area. They're all on the lower ground. Baonam United with the high ground. They can just pick off all of these members of GID if they decide to cross.
It will take some time before they can basically do that because DX, they still have to climb upwards, but they do find a member out of the wheels. And now, Boom's trying to trade right back. He does get two. Well, Lamborghini managed to trade right back. Great coverage coming in from the Savior, but there's still Allendale alongside with Daybop coming in from another angle. This is going to be a little bit harder for DX to approach or even make their way out of this. They need to deal with GD first before taking on BN United. BN. This is their game here to hold through their fort. And Lamborghini, they can just buy time. They don't really have to make approaches, and more of these numbers are coming by. another member off of GD.
Oh man, TEM from the other side, AE in the open right now. All they have are their vehicles and the smokes. This is a terrible place to be if they decide to push out. But for now, Silence does find Daybot in the end. He's going to be very happy with that pickup as GID will be the one at 8th spot. But TEM pushing out forward. Here's the aggression coming too. SoZip just trying to find the other members of AE. Spray and pray is the name of the game, but FaZe is already out for eliminations. Team pushing forward right now. Where exactly are these members of AE? They have no clue where they are at all, and they are eliminating the other members with 5 kills.
Just look at the battle for the high ground. Everyone else will have to struggle. The top side is just flat ground to work with. The Savior, they managed to pull through, and they are deterring more of these members of BN United. Stone sneaks his way into the corners and finds another one. Silent taken out. And VP, they are just clearing them out. DX is the only challenger for the likes of Vampire Esports. They are the ones that will gatekeep everyone else. And look at the circle. It's flushed towards the side of Vampire Esports. There's no other way but to fight off this TIE Titan.
No, SoZip now in trouble, but for now the spray is coming through from Stone. Nowhere to go except down. They have the entire high ground. But for now, another team has been eliminated with 5 eliminations in their pocket. Bevy, he has 2 other members. Stone on the top side here. Lamborghini wants to get those kills, but this terrain is making it so hard. If he were to cross, he would die from a headshot. It's hard for him to shoot upwards at all. Now all I have to do is just wait.
DX, they need to find a way to climb back upwards, but if they do, they're still BN United.
Yeah, they're down there as well.
The moment that they cut across here, it could just be easy pickups for the side of BN. While TEM, they don't have the numbers. Look at how spread out they are. Mormon as well as Bevy, they're not even close to one another. So one knock, TEM will be left to be dried out. So 6 pickoffs here for TEM, finally making it to the top 4. In this final map of the day, BN United was hoping that the circle would slowly slide downwards. And even so, they won't have advantage to VP. While the Savior, they're gonna go all together now.
Oh my god! Stone is just on fire right now, getting 1 pickup at a time. He is dominating right now, but they are trying to move forward toward BN United. Capone from one side, Duck does got Dogma down. Rapid nearly getting knocked out of the way as well. What a shot here from BN United. Their firepower is insane. Cooking up and then coming into where Capone taking a lot of damage.
From the top
side. Goes down from the top side.
Stone.
And they are gonna get eliminated. What is going on here? Stone, you're crazy.
Stone just is the man to be looked after. And Ravenclaw will deal with the rest of the team that are still on the high ground. And Vampire Esports have prevailed against all odds. TEM, with the last man standing, still trying to trade against Ravenclaw. If this grenade connects, there is a chance for TEM. While VPE, there's nothing else to challenge from the lower side. BN United, the only way out is to push upwards, and even to do so is a tall order.
They really want to get Bevy out of the way. Another grenade is out, but he has no clue where exactly they are. Ravenclaw does take a little bit of that damage. As the other members of BN United, they're just trying to kind of like inch their way toward the area. They're just trying to hide at the bottom here. So if say the circle does push a little bit lower, they can just kind of wait it out in the terrain.
And it's a smart measure coming in from Vampire Esports to focus their attention onto Bevy, understanding that there is no way that BN United could basically push upwards from here on. And even if they do, they're basically asking for it.
Wait, I think he
actually spotted out the phone. Yes, indeed. Just a little bit of a glimpse of it. Look at he doesn't really have to pull the trigger. He just have to take time. And Bevy now on the final 2 grenades, holding on to one final one, like you said. And it's a battle of attrition. It's about how much more do they have left in the tank. And honestly, not much for Bevy. He's the furthest away from the circle. And BN United finally getting spotted out. Those smokes will only buy a little bit more time. And what on earth? There's another package for VPE. It's like it's scripted for Vampire Esports to close off this round.
Oh man, Bevy did drop down eventually. He still wants to try and survive for as long as he can.
Smartest move, actually.
It is. So now he can't be shot from the top side of the terrain. I think they don't know
don't
that
spot him.
They don't spot him. A stone. Oh, here comes the grenade. Capone, you gotta move. It does not hit him. He is so very lucky as Fluke will be the one to get the care package. This is a very, very slow ending. It could be a very slow and painful death for the ones outside of the circle.
Some say it may have already been decided, but don't count the chickens before they hatch because we're about to get our dinner regardless. But as they are all starving for the chicken dinner, Capone still trying to fend it off. Fluke should not falter. They do get some damage upon members of BN United. Now the Blue Zone's also chipping right in. They don't really have any areas to run forward. And there we go. The final angles. One member down. Only member left is Capone. And that leaves TEM to secure top 2 finish. Bevy to hold it all off.
Honestly, we've seen this ending before. And I can't remember which teams they were.
They're about to do it.
They're gonna just jump down. They have to do it together. They cannot jump down one by one because it'll be a very easy shot for Bevy. Regardless, Ravenclaw will be first. Ravenclaw, are you in trouble? Taking the damage, but he does get it. The end. Vampire Esports gets the final chicken dinner of the night, just as you had predicted.
A round of applause to Vampire Esports as they close off with Ravenclaw, bagging the final takedown onto Bevy in style with Leap of Faith and an MG3. Not missing a mark at all, but my goodness. And as we see the areas of play shrink all the way to the corner of the map, it felt like it was predetermined the moment where Vampire Esports have landed into that golden area of play. And what else could all these teams do? You can't drive in, you can't swim, you can't climb, and my word. At first we thought, oh, it's a FaZe Clan game. It could be a DBD game. But Vampire Esports just pulled through every inch of all these fights. And it was amazing because they could have basically been pinned down by teams like Infinity, but they fought it off tooth and nail with those grenades, also with some help from GD. But remember, there's also DX fighting from the lower end as well, where they have basically caused quite the ruckus against BN United as well as the Savior.
I think what's really interesting here is the fact that Buriram was trying their best to play it safe. They were gunning for the middle of the circle. And the problem with getting to the middle of the circle, especially this one so early, is the fact that the area of the circle is just so open. And they're not able to defend themselves as they're being shot from different angles. And I think for a lot of the teams, they had to give up that space. You saw DX had to jump down. You saw TM had to jump down, as well as BN United as well. So for them in particular, this is not the most desirable situation as VPE. We saw a very different sort of game style and aggression, especially on this round, as I think it clicked in their minds that this is the last match of the day, and like it or not, we have to perform.
And even if you give 1 point to TEM, it doesn't matter. They took that leap of faith. They still managed to clutch it out by the very end. And despite going through so much hardship, Vampire Esports did spend the most time outside of the area of play. TM, I respect their effort on how they've managed to pull through. We saw how they've split up, one on the east, one on the west, and they've managed to make the cut into the top 2 of the situation. And Vampire Esports, they came from Zarki. What an amazing effort being displayed by the squad of Thailand.
10 eliminations in their pocket coming through from them. They're not actively looking for kills, I have to say, but it's more of like their positioning has been great for getting anyone in their way, giving them 25 points. But TM and BN United with 18 each.
I feel like all these teams are just prioritizing, positioning.
They have to.
But for Infinity, it's like, no, we're going to go ham. We're going to hit hard. 10 points and 9 is coming from eliminations themselves.
I mean, this is one of the games that has been great for them in terms of aggression. It's been going on so well up until the last point as they were trying to get the area from BRU, I believe. But Stoned, I really wanted to talk about him. I feel like for Stoned, his mindset has been absolutely insane toward the last point. He has been making things happen. He was soloing 1 versus 2, and he won both of those. The aggression coming out from him shows a different sort of individualistic skill, because from how they were holding the circle...
He was a sentinel.
He really
was. A turret.
He was! He was just sitting there in the middle side. I think the idea was we have to take care of each of our different areas on our own.
And look at the top 3 of
Tony K?
All the top 3 eliminators are all from Thailand, but I would say that this is an overall result culminating from week 1 all the way into week 2, and it still remains that Tony K is still the #1 player of the entire 20 teams that are involved in the matchup. Newsy moving relatively closely, just needing to find at least 4 more points to catch up. Sureties of Bacon Time have been able to still give him chase, and lo and behold, even in the top 5, the MVP race is still on, and all the faces that you're seeing are all from PMPL Thailand.
Honestly, their aggression is just on a whole other level. You look at Tony K and how he takes up space, the aggression that he comes. Newsy, especially when you see him rush through with his vehicle and inside your compound, you're gonna be scared. Stoned, great with positioning and
This could be a new super team.
It really can. They just put them all together. Honestly, are you honestly surprised at this point? But for now, as we move on to the last match of the day, AE holding on the first spot with 49 points, 5 points again ahead of Geek Fam, because Geek Fam wasn't able to play in the last match. GD still managing to hold on to 3rd place. The elimination points was enough, but Yoodo Alliance still holding on to 5th place as Bacon Time goes down to 4th place with 40 points.
That's right, and of course, with so many of all these chicken dinners distributed to all the teams out there for today, big winners, of course, being Alter Ego as well as Geek Fam for today. GD have gotten one for themselves. Though Alter Ego did not manage to catch a chicken dinner, they have been so consistent in terms of raking up those ranking points, and they've been the silent killers of the matchup overall. And I'm just hoping to see more and more of all these great results to be coming out of all these teams heading into the rest of the week. We still have more matches to go, happening tomorrow, day after, as well as the weekend. It's not over just yet, because later on we'll be speaking to a special guest that we're going to be inviting up on board. So with that being said, let's welcome on board one of the teams from Malaysia as we have a special interview coming up.
We have Yuhai from Geek Fam. Hi, Yuhai.
Hello.
Okay, Yuhai. So I have so many questions for you today, but starting off strong for you guys. The first match, you guys managed to get 30 points. What was going on through your mind as you played Sanhok?
What is going through my mind is just that the first game, Dam got killed. We got early team fight, and Snipe managed to clutch 2 players of NFT, I think. NFT, maybe NFT.
Yes. It was NFT.
And yeah, Snipe bring our momentum up, and Mika also is very hype at the moment. And then we just do our best. We got the circle and we dominate it very well.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was Sanhok in particular. Where
I wanted to ask something else for you. Hang on.
No worries, go ahead.
I wanted to ask one more thing, because like for that match in particular, you got 30 points. But going on after that, it seems like you were mostly in the middle. So what was your morale like throughout the entire day? Were you a bit down because you weren't able to consistently go get your top scores? What was the recovery like for your team?
The recovery for my team, we just find on it. We just find on it because of
Fun.
it's fine.
Oh,
We just find on it,
okay.
because it just first day we still got a lot of match to play, and we just keep our momentum and just do our best. We don't think so much. We just play for focus on the next match.
Yeah, I love that sort of mentality heading into the approach for day one overall. But we did manage to see that a lot of all these matches start to get more and more intense and more difficult to you. What was the hardest game that was faced by Geek Fam for today? Because we saw in Miramar there was a certain struggle as well heading into Angle. Things look a little bit better, but of course, to you, what was the hardest round?
For me, the hardest round, I don't think so. I think every round is the same. It's just that our drop spot, because we doesn't have our specific drop spot yet. We just keep changing our plan. We don't want to take team fight very early. We try to avoid that. Our objective is just stay alive until the third circle. Then we can just go all out lah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what we try to achieve lah.
Okay, so I have another question for you. So you didn't play the last match of today, which was in Erangel. You saw the circle at the end there. What was your thoughts seeing that circle?
My thought seeing that circle, if we play the last game, maybe we can get chicken.
What? Why?
Maybe
Why do you think that?
To be us lah. Because
easy game, huh?
it's predictable lah. The game, I see the circle, everything, see the team fight. It's predictable.
All right, speaking of predictions of circles, of course, a lot of all these casual players or teams that are hoping to get better of it, is there any tips? I know you don't want to spill secrets for like how Geek Fam does their rotations and stuff like that, but like if there's one tip and one tip only, what would you give to the people who wants to make better decisions in game?
I think if you're at sea level, need to pray one. The tip is just pray.
Pray for the circle. Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
Okay, so I have one final question to you. If you could give a message to any team, which team would it be and what would you say?
For me, just want to say to Malaysian team, good luck on your tournament tomorrow. There's still a lot of match. It's just the first day, guys are just unlucky and just good luck lah. We hope that Malaysian team can perform very well, can dominate on week 2.
All right, thank you very much, Yuhai. But for now,
Thank
we're gonna
you.
say goodnight to Geek Fam as we see them tomorrow. Good night, Yuhai.
All right, thank you. It's always a pleasure seeing you. So good luck for tomorrow.
He's so wholesome. I was expecting trash talk, honestly. I was just like, what team would you want to say something really mean to psych him up? But he was just like, oh, Team Malaysia.
I think this is what is necessary at the moment because like we have high level of respect for all the teams out there and nobody deserves to be at the bottom. And of course, everybody have struggles of their own to figure out. And I think like Yuhai's message is something that could definitely spark a rally going on for the entirety of the week. So that was Yuhai, as we always have, just have amazing quality time every time he gets into the interview. But for now, of course, let's break down the final match of the evening where we had the top 4 teams battle it out for that circle into farm where, according to Yuhai, if they played it, this is their chicken dinner. And I believe that many teams also have a hunch of where this circle is going to be. But the only problem is that you don't know where exactly is the final location, and it moves directly into this top corner of Bishur.
I have never seen that circle before.
I've seen it a couple of times.
I'm not
but
toward the water side, is what I'm trying to say.
yeah, I think what's really surprising is that every time it shrinks, there's still 75% of water that covers it up. So heading into this final battle, I think like it's the war of nutrition and attrition. Whoever runs out of resources first, they don't stand a chance.
You know what else is a resource?
What else?
Land.
Yes,
that was
land is a resource.
That was
Exactly
not
that.
a lot of that in this particular game. Now, when Geek Fam said that the circle was
predictable and they would be able to get the chicken dinner on this. At first I was surprised, but then I thought about it again. I thought to myself, how many times have we seen Geek Fam come up on top when it comes to this very, very unconventional weird circles? It's happened a lot, especially during the local leagues as well. But when you look at the performance of VPE, it really shows like how aggressive they can be, especially when you have a player like Stoned really rallying the team. The more Stoned gets those pickoffs and those kills, the more it felt like the confidence of VPE was coming up. And I think what's really great about Stoned is his pickoff potential.
That's right. And of course, we have so many amazing chicken dinners for today, but we hope to get you guys back into our program for tomorrow and the entirety of the week. It's definitely a pleasure to have you guys all around. Of course, we wish you guys all the best in your Rabu Padu runs with your friends. It's Contra as well as Tash Money here, signing off real soon. So thank you, everyone. Hope you guys be the one to claim all the chicken dinners. And of course, thanks to all of our partners to make it all possible. And that's, of course, with our official sponsor partners, Realme, official Livestream partners, TikTok, and also official food delivery partners, GrabFood. So I believe that's all for now. Tash, any last words you want to say?
Good luck and have fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone.